Yep. Gonna restart that in a moment. We're gonna uh, open up chat. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Am I? There's audio ducking. Some audio ducking occurring, but it's actually okay because it's going to master the levels and it's going to have me sounding sweet. Hopefully. We'll see. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We'll be getting the show started soon. We're getting the show started soon. It's kind of buggy. I don't like how the fact that uh I don't really like the fact that Windows audio ducking kind of an interesting thing. Maybe I can get rid of it at least from my headphones. Just kind of a nasty thing. He's nasty. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that will work. I think it will work. Hopefully, there's not too much of a delay. Hey, Stiggyman, thank you for tuning into the show. Oh my gosh. I gotta figure out how to get the timing correct. Who is Fitz? I don't know if Fitz. Who is Fitz? Let me switch over real quick so we can see some chat. Chatters. You sound just like Fitz. I don't know Fitz. You're going to give me a link? All right, let me see. I don't know why this I don't know why this scene sounds different. It just does. Hit me with a link. Hit me, baby, one more time. There's a little bit of a. It's almost like auto tune. Here we go. Where's this going? Oh, it went over here. Give it a moment. Looks like we're delayed. Notice the time code. I paused it. Give me a second. Crank up the volume. Let's see. Let's see. Is this us? Yep, this is us. Was that who Fitz who was talking? Where'd he go? That sounds cool. I would guess this guy's famous. I sound like someone famous. Oh man, it's bugging me. It's a little bit of an audio delay. Trying to figure it out. Yeah, somewhat for sure. Hey, thanks for sharing that with me. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so we're gonna get this thing started. Gonna get this thing started here pretty soon. Now you know how to clickbait people. What I do? What do I say? Give me an idea. Will be you know what? I'm not sure yet. I'm still kind of collecting my thoughts right now. Um, I'm gonna see if see something. See if some folks want to get on the show. Do you want to be on the show? Do you want to be on the show, Stiggyman? You know what? I just like to sometimes talk to random people on the internet and get to know them a little bit better. See what their life's like. Everyone's different. Especially folks live in different cultures. All right, let me get you a link. Do you want to do a video, or do you just want to do? Do you want to just do audio? Sure. Let me get you. Let me get you a link. So this is some new software I'm testing. So let's see. Wonder if I can send you a message directly. I think I might have to DM you, which is okie dokie. Hopefully there's no audio playing. Where's my message? Whispers. Stiggyman. Is this? Which one are you? How do I guess I gotta go to my channel, right? Oh man, what just happened? I just went to some sort of weird mod. I found you. Here we go. Very interesting. Quick whisper. All right, I just sent you the link. Um, All you have to do is join, and I think I will be able to grab your audio and video, and then let's say mute the stream, and I'll figure this out. Ah, there we go. All right. That seemed to work. Can you hear me? Not exactly sure. Let's see. This is some new software that we're working with, so we'll see how this works. So bring you into the scene. Whoops, not by 1090. 1080. Control the audio. All right. It's pretty dope. Something like that. Something like that. Let me see. Is the audio coming in? So I can hear you now. If you are on the video call, you can see there's... What was that? Yeah, I was just still trying to figure that out. But you can hear the video call through the web browser? Okay, cool. Wait a second. Let's see. I'm sure they can hear it. You can hear yourself? Oh, you can't. Hmm. Ah, found it. All right, how about now? Weird. Hmm. Testing, testing. Mute. Unmute. All right, now.
Let's try now then.
Or close. Now I can hear you, and hopefully the stream can hear you.
The stream could hear me that time out.
Ah, cool. All right. So let's start the recording. I'll do like a little introduction of the show, and then we can have a conversation.
Sure thing.
Sound good?
Sure thing.
Hey y'all, this is Trent Knox with the Trent Knox Show. I haven't done a show in a while, but I wanted to get on here and catch up with y'all and see how things are going. Of course, I know everybody's locked down in the pandemic and whatnot, but we're fixing to, I think, see some opening ups and some stores getting back together. But I wanted to come on the live stream and meet some new folks and get on and meet people online. And so had this fellow Stiggyman come on, has a cute corgi as his little profile pic on Twitch, and I wanted to get to know him and see what he's about. So welcome to the show, Stiggyman.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. In the middle of moving right now. You can probably tell by all the mess.
Sure. Whereabouts are you from?
Denmark, of all places.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool. I've got some family from there that on my mother's side. It's pretty. I've never been there myself. I don't know what it's like there.
If you imagine London with all the rain, it's basically that. It's raining every day here. You never have a moment without rain.
It rains a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. So what kind of things do you do in Denmark normally when we're not in these interesting times?
We are a drinking culture, basically.
Okay.
You are allowed to drink from the age of 16, so a lot of the time we are not necessarily partying, but definitely out socializing and drinking. So it's been hard-ish.
Do you live in like around Copenhagen or?
No, I live a couple hours out,
Okay.
on the little island of Fyn.
Okay, so there's islands in Denmark.
Oh yeah, we have
I
about
don't know too much
1,000.
about the geography of it. 1,000 islands in Denmark. I didn't know that. Thousand Island dressing. That's hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's it like growing up in Denmark? You said it rains a lot.
It rains a lot, yeah.
What kind of?
It rains a lot, and so in terms of like physical activity, it's mostly just boils down to football or indoor tennis. But growing up, it's a lot of like home cooked meals. We don't have a lot of
Okay.
fast food culture here, so maybe once a week you'll have fast food. All the other time it's home cooked.
Home cooked meals.
Yeah.
So you say you play what's what we call soccer here, and
Yeah.
football over there, and do you have like do you have like physical like PE physical? What is it?
Yeah.
What does that stand
Of
for?
course.
Um,
Physical
right.
education.
So physical education. That's right. So when you're growing up, like what kind of classes are you taking? What are you learning?
Well, of course we have a PE. Like it's kind of mandatory. It's not really as
Hmm.
much as about sports. More as just like, hey, we need to get moving, right?
Hmm.
In terms of learning, we have of course English by third grade and math and all that, like all the standard stuff. And
Hmm.
then seventh grade we have confirmation, which is a kind of an old thing. It's something along the lines of we are confirming that we are want to be Christian slash Protestants, and
Hmm.
you legitimately take classes in learning the Bible doing that.
So, so is education all private education, or is it just?
And no, there's some private education, but it's mostly like for either which people or people who want a specific teaching method.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
So
other
it's
than
like,
that, other than that, school is free. Same with the university. It's free.
oh, okay. So, the education system in Denmark is similar to like in the U.S. It'd be like a hybrid between a charter school and a private school. Um, Charter schools are
Kinda.
like more geared toward yeah. So like so here, well, there's a lot of different types of schools here. I'm not sure, like maybe this you could relate to this, but do you guys have like art schools or like music schools, schools
Yes,
specifically
but
for that?
those are more like on the which side where you have to pay extra for like that. We have what we call what would we even call that in English? Like what would you call a school where you're living on site, even though you're not in
Board
college yet? Yeah, board
border
schools. Yeah, we have that kind of where the Witcher people,
boarding.
of course,
That's
can
what I
send
meant to
their
say. Border.
yeah, where the Witcher people can send their kids there, and they can have like specific, for instance, theater classes or music and art classes. But other than that, that's a general art class during like first to fourth grade, but that's it.
Okay, and you said what do you call those? Witcher?
What we call those places.
You said maybe I'm hearing you wrong, but you said
I do
like
have a strong accent.
culture. Yeah, Witcher? Is that a type of person?
Witcher is a Polish folklore, as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's based
Okay.
around the books, The Witcher.
So when do you decide what you're going to go? Do you decide what you're going to university for, or
Oh yeah, of course.
how does that work?
Around age 15, 16, you're end with your
Mm-hmm.
like ending grade ninth, which you guys
Mm-hmm.
would probably call high school. And then you start on what we call gymnasium, but it's a mixture of like high school and college,
Mm-hmm.
and there you can choose between normal gymnasium, technical, and more of a trades one, where you're more learning about
Mm-hmm.
economy and trading. And that's where you really start like branching out. And after that, you can of course take your degree in university.
So you're establishing your trade, your specialty, literally in high school, but then you're kind of learning a little bit more about
Yeah,
what
it's
it's
very
like in
still
college.
broad. It's very broad
Mm-hmm.
still. So it's not like you can fuck up and take like standard university and not go into become a technical developer for something like that. It's not closing
Mm-hmm.
the doors, but it looks better on the CV and all that.
Gotcha. So w- I didn't ask you, what are you in high school still, or are you in college?
I am starting university in about 2 months.
So what does that make you, 17 or 18?
I'm 22. I look
Oh,
young, yes.
22. All right. So
Yeah, I look
okay,
young. I have the baby
gotcha.
face.
So do you go to high school longer?
No, I just took 2 years out of school
Oh, okay.
to go to Arizona and Nevada to basically live with a Twitch friend for a couple of months. He had a free
Live
couch.
in
I
a
had some free time, and I started couch surfing at him.
So you're back in Denmark now though,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Okay. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I don't know too much about about Europe or like the area that much, and I've had a couple different people on the show now from I think one was from Norway, Ice Poppy's from Norway, and then
Yeah, one of our
um
neighbors.
and then I had, oh man, forgetting his name right now, but I had another guy. He was from London, London, and so I've talked to about three people now from Europe, um, and yeah, it's interesting to get to know what the culture's like and like how how different it is growing up in those areas. And some of those people, Ice Poppy's about to go to university as well. He's a little bit younger than you. And then Mo is his name. That's from London. Mo, he's still, I think he's like in his 10th grade in London. And yeah, it's interesting. It's really different, you know. And you guys are so close in ways, but um, you know, the
Yeah,
U.S.
that's not a
is
lot of distance
is kind of
between
like
us.
that.
Yeah.
The U.S. is kind of
Um.
more the same, you know, but there's a lot of differences, and there's not too much distance, but there's a lot of differences from country to country in Europe.
Yes, it's a mixing pot. One thing you definitely
Yeah.
learn when you grow up in Europe is English is your saving grace because you will meet so many people, especially if you're like a cashier or something like that. I worked for as a cashier for a couple of months. You'll need English. There are so
Hmm.
many immigrants, tourists, whatever, from Germany, Belgium, Spain, Italy, all over, and you
Hmm.
can't rely on any of them understanding a word of what you're saying.
Yeah. Um, there. I don't know if this is true where in Denmark, but here in the U.S., we English is called like the language of commerce or the language of business.
Yeah, it's not here. It's actually Danish, believe it or not.
Oh
A
yeah,
lot
of
of
course. I
the
mean in Denmark, of course, but I mean,
yeah, a lot of our travel people that will like do business in Denmark, they have specific translators with us because the Danish
mhm.
language is it, it's hard to understand, it's hard to learn, and hard to fully comprehend because we have a lot of old words that mean like a full 140 character sentence comparison to a
Mhm.
single word. It's kind of like Germany. Germany have a lot of similar words where it's just a single word that means a full sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before. Um, you know, it's interesting because there's a lot of regional um, accents and way people talk
Oh yeah.
in America, but we all generally speak English. Though there's a growing very big growing Latin languages, especially Spanish. A number
Yes.
of people who speak Spanish.
I wouldn't say that you only speak English. It's for instance, as if you only grew up in California and only knew that accent, you would be stumbling if you like moved to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, that's where I live
Yeah, exactly. If
in
you if you
Austin.
suddenly move to California, you're gonna hit a wall of just the hell are you talking to me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. People, you know, even though it's becoming a lot of people from California moved to Austin, um, and they kind of like have a way of trying to, you know, get in connected with the community or the culture of Texas or Texans, and so it's a little bit of more of like an adoptive culture here. Whereas in California, you're right, it's a little bit more like, you know, um,
I mean, not only that, it's also like
it's,
the
it's
accent,
vastly different.
especially the laws about guns. In Texas, it's go blazing, and in California, it's very restricted. So
Yeah,
it's gonna be it's. I
yeah,
mean,
big difference in
that's kind of a
cultures. Yeah.
culture.
Hmm. Yeah, I recently went to LA and spent a week in there to go to DreamHack, and I hadn't been back to California for a long time. And yeah, there's definitely people um, people talk differently, people behave differently based on the differences between what states, how state philosophies or whatever you want to call it, and California is just a little bit more liberal, of course, than the conservative version of Texas. But even that being said, Texas is a little bit more, I guess, on the gun laws. It's a little bit more conservative, I would say, because we don't really have an open carry law. Everything is basically concealed carry. Whereas like an Oklahoma, or I don't know if it's Oklahoma, but I know Colorado, that, or Utah, you have open carry. You can just carry your gun around, visible. Whereas in Texas, you really can't do that. It has to be concealed.
Yeah,
It's slight differences. But yeah. So what do you anticipate going to college for?
I'm super stoked about the environment. It's my first time really moving out, um,
Mm-hmm.
and living for myself. I mean, I guess I lived for myself when I was in um, Arizona, but
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be totally different. As I mean, having my own room, having my own rules, and in general, being close to university where I can really work with the people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Are you going to be staying in dormitories or
No,
what are you going to
I
do?
found a small little apartment close by
You got an apartment.
that
Are you going to
was
have roommates?
luckily cheap because of this. What, come again?
Are you going to have roommates?
No, all for myself.
Single bedroom apartment. Is it going to be like a studio or a flat, or what kind of
It's a
apartment?
flat. It's a full out flat. It's oh, I've converted the numbers earlier today. It's like 344 square feet indoors and then 100 square feet patio,
Ah, cool. And
mixed into two rooms.
full kitchen or half a kitchen?
Oh, full kitchen,
Oh, very cool. And
like
then
oven,
so
all the things.
what's rent like in Denmark? How much?
This one is pretty dang cheap because it's a smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
Usually when it's around 900 ish a month, but because this is really built from the ground up as a student apartment, it's 525 with everything included: internet, electricity, water, heat,
525 in
USD.
what currency? USD? What?
Yeah, I
525.
told you, it's really cheap due to this.
Wow. But that's because you're going to university, you said.
Yeah, it's only meant for students. Plus, this thing is bringing in general prices down.
Oh, right, 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 right. Hmm.
It usually went for
Um,
650.
I mean, even then, that's not bad at all, especially with internet and all that.
No, not bad at
Here,
all.
here, I don't think you could get away in Austin. You couldn't get away with getting anything under 1,200 right now. But maybe with the economy and everything, you might be able to get it for less. But I mean, before all of this, it was like 1,200 just for rent,
You
and
could
that doesn't
you could
include the
maybe get a
utilities or anything else.
you could maybe get a closet for 700.
Yeah, that's realistic. I know. I know that there's this all this going on, but I'm curious as to see like what what things are going to be like. I was watching a
Oh yeah.
YouTube video this morning about transportation, and cars, and that the U.S. automakers and dealerships are going to be cutting the costs a lot. And I'm just curious, like, what it's going to cost to or get a car or get like purchase a home or any of these big ticket
Oh
things. I'm curious if they're gonna really give a great deal because they're trying to
yeah.
make money.
Also, after all of this, I think a lot of companies now have like suddenly first-hand experience with having employees work from home. So I think we're gonna have a boom in like work from home jobs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Be-
Well, those who could get
because
converted got converted.
oh yeah, and those that couldn't definitely tried their best.
Yeah,
So I think a lot of
that's
businesses
absolutely true.
they could totally have done it, but they just didn't want to spend the money on the infrastructure to do it. But now they suddenly been
Mm-hmm.
forced to it. So why switch back?
Yeah. So, all right. I don't think I heard you. What did you see? Oh, actually, I did hear you. So you want to study the environment. What do you think is the most pressing thing, or what do you want to accomplish first? What do you think
With the environment,
should be done first? Yeah,
um, probably pollution.
pollution.
It's yeah, it's especially if you like read headlines right about now, you're gonna read a ton of
Hmm.
headlines suddenly being like, we can suddenly see the stars again in LA because now the smog is gone.
Yeah, true,
And
true.
it's only been like
Um,
what, a month, 5 6 weeks maybe, with less car traffic and all that.
yeah.
It doesn't take
What
a,
is
a long while.
what do you think? What do you think's the direction to go? I'll give you three different things: hydropower, nuclear power, or electric. What do you think of those three
I
is
think it's gonna be a
closest?
mix between hydro and electric. Like
Hydro and electric.
wind and water is like our natural sources of electricity in Denmark. We are upwards of like 70 80% on a good day with good wind.
Hmm. Yeah, wind is also important too. I don't know how much this is true or not, but I'd heard about China was able to kind of they created these big like vacuums or pollution vacuums that were sucking out. It was like bringing in the carbon monoxide and stuff in the air, or carbon dioxide in the air, or something like this, and I think there was some sort of hydroelectric unit or that was bringing in polluted air in, and then sending out clean oxygen. But um, I didn't know if this was like some conspiracy theory or like hoax or
I
something that
mean,
they were doing.
it
But
it might work. It sounds just like having like electrified filter.
hmm
But it would be a very ineffective way of doing it. Might as well just place a filter on top of all the places where you're gonna have smog come out.
yeah, you know what? It's interesting to see because like the global oil market right now has plummeted, and in the U.S. they're talking. I mean, obviously some of the headlines are sensational um, about
Wow, we can
the
buy a
price of oil
gallon of
going.
gas for under $2.
Well, yeah, that and the whole the oil that was not refined into gasoline. They're basically paying people to come pick it up and store it. But it was one company that had sold oil futures, and then in order to get the oil that they were pumping, and they didn't have any more storage, it was like negative $35 a barrel per oil from one company. It was the West Texas, I forget, or maybe it was East Texas. I can't remember. Some sort of um, oil company, and they were just basically saying, "Come pick the oil up because We don't have any place to store it, but it's pretty wild. I was watching some other videos about it, and a lot of oil is stored on oil tankers. You know, big, massive boats. And unless
Yep.
unless you have a short little $1 billion sitting around to buy a boat, I don't know how you're gonna store, you know, the oil that they were talking about.
No, the best thing they can do is give it to people who work with oil, like crude oil, stuff like that. That's the best thing they do.
Yeah, like yeah, and I mean, I was thinking maybe that companies that can refine the oil into lubricants will be the first
Or
ones to get it, but I
make
don't
it
know.
make it into plastic.
Yeah, make it into plastic companies. Man, that's one of the things that I am a little bit, you know, conscientious of is the ocean, and uh, and the amount of plastic that gets dumped into the ocean. It's kind of wild whenever you see that stuff. And you know, you in the U.S. now, they companies like Coca-Cola and companies like you know, massive producers talk about how they're working on biodegradable plastics that if they end up in the ocean, they don't, you know, they don't cause as much damage to the ecosystem. But it's like everybody, all you know, generally American large corporations, they don't have the
Yeah, plastic is an
the right
amazing
mindset.
tool, but I mean, a lot of things in Denmark are switching to just simply being priced a little higher. For instance, let's say you
Hmm.
want a bottle of Coke, you can actually almost not buy plastic bottles here anymore. It's all glass because glass is easily refined and easily remade. Like you can,
Hmm.
here, it's here. You can easily take this, melt it down, and then rebuild it.
Hmm.
And the way
Yeah,
they
glass.
entice people to deliver them back, like to get back to the store with the glasses when they're you know done drinking, is they put pant on it, which I don't know if you know that word. Basically, you pay,
It's recycling.
yeah, you pay a few cents more when you buy the bottle, and then you get those back when you return the bottle.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works here. But there's
We
it
we have
only
it on
it's only certain
everything.
states.
We have it on everything here, like Coca-Cola bottles, check. Kegs of beer, check.
Hmm.
Just in
Yeah,
general, cases of
our
beer, check.
system is not that good.
It's
Yeah,
not
our
about being a
system's not
good
that good.
system. It's just about like enticing people to do it. We have people living off it. We have like people who willingly become homeless, even though the system can totally take care of them because they just like the life of going around collecting these bottles from parties and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was living in Hawaii uh for a while, and their recycling system is like that. There's a lot of people in Hawaii that are homeless, and they do a lot of that recycling because there's a lot of recycling facilities that offer the sort of incentive to recycle.
Yeah,
Whereas like here in Texas, we don't have any of that. You have to actually pay to recycle here.
yeah, that's not a way to entice people. Like even
Not
if
at
you
all.
make people pay a bit more, like you may end up with the same like you be still paid for the recycling, but just hide it as like
Hmm.
the product's normal price. It makes people think way less of it. The same with like, oh, we're not donating to the church. It's part of your tax. That's how it works in Denmark.
Hmm. Hmm.
We are paying like 0.82% of income to the church, and it's just going along with the rest of the tax.
Hmm. So when you said you were most interested in pollution, and
Yeah.
So when you go to university, um, do you what can you do to work on that? Is there like specific think tanks or some sort of programs that you get into?
Um, that's a lot of things you can do there. They have a lot of, like, for instance, simulations, and they have a few workshops where, for instance, you can build a filter and go to a company and say, "Hey, can I put this filter on your machinery? See how well it works."
Mm-hmm.
And then collect it again a week later and, like, examine how many particles did it caught.
Mm-hmm. What other things can you do?
So
What are extracurriculars?
we don't really have any of those. It's more like you get degree no matter what, but if you make extra work or extra special projects, they will be mentioned in your report.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these reports are published. So, like, for instance, if you're sitting with a grad student's card, you can see that, for instance, he made this uh, test, I guess, that was published in this paper, and he can go look at it.
Do you once you've done that, like, okay, so that's kind of like a thesis what you're talking about. Um, Once you've done that, do you get placed in a job? Does the university place you in a
It,
job?
it depends. It depends on your degree, of course, but a lot of universities will just straight up offer you a job as a teacher in the subject.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How many
Um,
universities are there in Denmark?
Rough estimate 15, around one
Mm-hmm.
for each region we have.
Are they all are they all under the same school system, or are they private institutions?
They're private
How does it work?
institutions. It's not like you're paying them, but they're paid by the government.
Hmm.
But they work independently,
Do
and
you,
they, spend their earned money independently.
so how does okay, so how do sports, is there like a governing body for sports? How do universities compete against each other?
We don't really do that. We don't
Oh,
have
so you
have
guys don't
like
have.
we don't have like college football and all that. No.
Oh, okay. But you have clubs like regional club football. Is that how that works?
Yes, we have clubs, but, like, it's not in any way linked to the university and college and all that.
That's different because that's like, I would say that's like mainly unless you go to an Ivy League school here in the U.S. Um, that's like mainly what being in college is about
Yeah,
in so many ways.
it's
So
it's
what?
odd to.
So when you go to school or the university college in Denmark, it people, are they as concerned about the party life, or like what makes you choose
Oh,
one
I
college
mean,
over another?
uh, it's mostly the teachings and the entry points. For instance, some may have more economics students, like, trying to get in, so the barrier of entry increases because the average um, grade of the students increases, and the lower barrier of entry might get more attention that year then because, well, I didn't get a good grade. It's easy to get in here.
So there's not very much social aspect to college.
I mean, we have Friday bar and all that, but it's a very independent work area. You basically just bike in there to go sit in a 250-person presentation, or what would you call that, a speech, whatever, and then you bike back home and you do your work and whatever social activity you'll do, except Friday bar, you choose yourself.
So All right. I imagine do you play video games? What's your favorite game?
Spyro: Year of the Dragon for the PlayStation 1.
That's your so you're a retro gamer.
And no, it's just the one game that I grew up with. It's the one game that I had for like 2 solid years.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
When
And
I
are
was
you playing video
4, I
games?
got that. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's the number one
What game
activity
is
to
like
do.
your Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, My
What's
my
your
current
favorite
game,
game right now? Yeah.
my favorite game right now is that's a hard one to answer. I think it's a toss up between Supreme Commander, which is an older real time strategy game, and Epic just gave away it just costs 4 for free, so I'm playing through that.
It was wait, what game Epic gave away?
It just costs 4.
Oh, Just Cause. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
yeah, yeah.
s-
It's a pretty good game. I like it.
yeah, I haven't really been as game I haven't played that many games like lately. I've been, keeping track of all of what's been going on and doing a lot of trying to get my business back together.
Oh yeah, as
Shifting
yeah,
what I've
business
been
owner,
doing online.
it's gonna be a stressful time.
Yeah, it's trying to get paperwork and all that aligned has been the primary focus. And uh, before I did what I did was I'm a videographer, and so I do a lot of in person video work. And I didn't really have I did a lot of transactions. All the transactions that I was doing were using digital payment systems, but I didn't really have um, a point of sale system for someone to like go and look what does something cost. I just kind of
Yeah,
had
you
it
didn't really,
listed.
yeah, you didn't really
Yeah,
have like
it's
eShop or anything like that.
no, I didn't really have any e-commerce, and so I've been trying to get some of that stuff online and learning and doing research, basically watching a lot of YouTube videos now, figuring out how
That's
to do
research.
things.
That's
Yeah,
like
I
modern
mean,
research.
yeah, the way that I'm doing it is, I'm going into the YouTube search bar and typing in how to do this, or how to, just trying to figure it out.
I mean, for crying out loud.
Um,
If you really need that help, you can just go to YouTube and go how to wash my clothes, and there's gonna be tons of results.
yeah, you know what? That's interesting you say that because when I went to university, I went to Texas State University for my freshman year, and I lived in the dormitories, and there were just so many kids that was something that they needed to. That was, I mean, YouTube wasn't as big back in that time. I mean, it was big, but it wasn't. People were using it kind of. They were slowly starting to use it. They used it mostly to watch funny videos, but they didn't really see the learning aspect yet. And so, um,
You could totally say that I learned how to code like proudly on your CV that you learned to code on YouTube.
yeah, yeah. And so, like, a lot of kids could have used that learning how to fold their laundry, learning how to wash their clothes.
Exactly,
That's a good one.
exactly.
Life skills.
It's the smallest things like how to swap a tire on my car, how to tie what's it called? A tie. That's it. How to tie a tie.
Oh yeah, how to tie a tie. Yeah, I think it's learning to code, which I'm hesitant, man. I learned the learning to code thing. It's not that I don't think it's a good thing. I think that it's one of those things that you can spend too much time on, um,
It's very
and
hard because
you,
it's very hard to know where you need to start, stop.
Yeah.
especially when you're
Yeah.
doing e-commerce. It's like, okay, next up, how to design your page. Do I stop here or do I keep going?
Mhm. Yeah, and
I
so
mean, if
for
you're
instance,
still
the
looking
software.
for solutions, I just say go with Squarespace. It's cheap and they have e-commerce.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, well, I'll explain a little bit more in a second, but I wanted to tell you this is that this software that we're using right now, it's called OBS Ninja. I discovered this guy on YouTube. I was searching for software that would allow me to basically do what like a Zoom is, but be able to grab the video source and putting it into OBS, and then, I want to. I'm an artist, so I'll get like I'll figure out some sort of motion graphic and enhance the enhance the visuals eventually. But I'm starting out right here, right? I'm learning the technology. It's cutting edge. This sort of technology, like no one else has been able to accomplish this, um, in the way that this particular programmer is programming his software, and he when I talk to him, he is a madman. He's from Ontario. I think he's from Ontario, Canada, and he does wild things. Like he makes his own microphones. He designs his own artificial intelligence. He codes applications like this that we're using right here. Um, and he's able to really do some things that are out of my wheelhouse, um, because
He
and
also
this will
made
connect
a
back to the
Discord bot. He actually made one of the Discord
who
bots
did.
I'm using. Ninja.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I was like, why does it end at dot ninja? Apparently, he's one of the creators.
Oh no. This guy's name is Steve, so it might be just similar.
It
But
might just be the domain dot ninja.
hmm, maybe I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Maybe. But what was I saying? Yeah. So he's a coder, like you talked about coding, and I've been thinking lately. I'm like, maybe I should go and try and code a little bit more again, learn a little bit more, and go back into it. But yeah, like I said, and like you brought up and you mentioned, is like, how do you, when do you know when to start and stop? Because I mean, some people, for me, this is me particularly, is I'll get wrapped up in something and then I'll get really stressed and you may overloaded and not not know when to take a break, basically. Yeah. And I don't. That's the one thing about coding for me has always been like getting into it, not getting really frustrated because something doesn't work out the way that you want it to work out, and then just kind of mulling over it. But I've been kind of experiencing that in the way that I've been working with like you brought up Squarespace. I'm working with someone to do a WordPress website for another project I have, and doing the WordPress and trying to build an e-learning platform for esports, particularly focused on business and how to transact, how to what we were working on before was how to go to conferences and festivals and land tournaments and get to know the what's the word I'm looking for, the infrastructure, but that's not necessarily get to know the people who the staff like the people who are the logistical portion of the conference and get integrated into these systems like the BlizzCon, PAX, DreamHack, and ESL events and whatnot, and learn from a step by step basis how to go from volunteering to whatever career path that you want to develop or learn about. And I've been developing this for almost, let's see, about 6 months, I think. This particular one, I was helping develop another platform for an influencer that I was doing videography for, and he was in the health and wellness space, and so I was kind of taking some of those ideas and integrating them into this system, and it keeps me up at night, and it's that's one of those things that uh, after you get out of the university, um, I think folks sometimes they get into a J omega LB or just a job, and I think that that's maybe where people right now are having a tough time. Is they were really used to their life was primarily going to this job that they got out of university, or they got out of high school, or however they got it, and I think people are really dealing with a lot of stress there. um and it's been
Yeah,
interesting for folks like you. It's interesting for folks like you that are just about to go into the university. Like, what do you see your future? Like, what does your future look like to you?
it's gonna be problematic because likely we're gonna have something similar to this virus like every few years, unless we
Mm-hmm.
are bad luck again with like SARS and all that. So I think in general we're gonna have like this season of just please stay home every year, and it's gonna be strange.
Yeah. Yeah. What what kind of resources is the university providing you? Like, how do you go from, you know, well, you took 2 years off, so I'm trying to think. Like, I guess, like, is that normal for
It's normal
people in
for to
Denmark?
take 1 year off. It's normal to take a year off
1 year,
and
okay.
just yeah, just work. I took two because the university, the degree I wanted was occupied that year, so I took another year off.
Okay, I didn't know that. So there's a quota. Is that what you're saying for how many students can be in the program?
Yeah, they only have so many seats because they don't want to have teachers manage more than 100 students at a time.
Okay, okay, okay. I forgot. So university is free. Do
Yes,
you have to test in? You have
university
to
is not.
test in.
Uh, well, you have to just send in your grades, and then if you want to, you can also send in like a motivational letter to like entice them a little more if your grades are not up to par. And university is not free because of course we pay for it through our tax and stuff like that. But you are paid during university. You get around $900 to $1,100 a month as a student.
Wow, it's just so different.
It's very different, but we do have that much higher income tax and all that.
Right. So what I was asking, I guess, um, is that so for the program that you want to go into, you have to put in an application for that particular program. So is that
Every
how's that?
program you need to apply for. Um, Around no, hang on. Around February till June 15th, you send in your applications, and you do this through, of course, their site. And then between June 15th and July 15th, they sort out who gets in, who doesn't get in, and basically you start again then at school on August 20th, something like that.
Hmm.
So, for instance, if 100 people can get into being a doctor, and the first 50 all have like highest grades, then you can already tell that anybody who gets less than a B is not getting in.
Right. So, are you familiar with how it works in the U.S.?
Oh yeah,
So, so yeah. So, so basically, I'm gonna explain, and then maybe you can kind of explain what the similarity would be, or
yeah.
like would be in America in Denmark is so in the U.S. Maybe in your junior or senior year, you take your SAT or your ACT, and these are your placement exams. So the higher you score on these exams, the more likely you are to get into a better university. So if you get a perfect score, you can obviously um, if you get a perfect score, then potentially you could apply for an Ivy League school and get in. Obviously, it takes a little bit more than that because you have to appeal to um, the admissions counselors, and they have to you have to go through a boarding process, all of these different things, right? So what's is the process similar to that?
It's similar. However, we don't take it
Okay.
during like what was it, first year?
Placement exams.
Yeah, we don't take it until that. It's the last grade you leave gymnasium with. So high school says college ish. It's the last grade you leave with that counts. So your final exams, that's
Okay.
what counts on the paper.
Okay, so yeah, that's that. So because well, probably because we're just such a big country, like geographically, and the system is just different between states. Is like um, the last year exam really has no impact, uh, other than graduation, which you get your certificate, which is called a diploma, high school diploma. Um, and in some cases, people who don't go through the system traditionally can get what is called a GED, general education diploma, uh, and then they can go to community college or they can go to state school. Um, and so initially, for my for what I did was I did kind of similar to the Danish and what happens in Denmark is I in my junior and my senior year of high school I also did the some of the freshman and some of the sophomore uh, courses, and counted they they counted for both high school and um, and college at the same time, so it qualified for both. And uh, then I went to state school, and then I transferred to a university. So I graduated 2015 with a degree in digital cinema. Um, and I didn't go and do anything. I guess the concept that most people who go to film school, what they do is they go in, try to do the whole Los Angeles life, try to make it into a studio or make music videos or something like that. Uh, but I was more interested in video games, and I was more interested in live video. And that parallels more with news broadcast than it does with narrative filmmaking. And so I was doing kind of a two-part thing where I volunteered in a music studio. I volunteered for uh, a volunteer for an actor's studio, and then I got a job initially for as an account executive for ABC, the American Broadcasting Corporation, and I was doing local advertising for the Colorado Springs um, station. Uh, and I didn't really do anything there. It didn't end up working out for me, but uh, then I moved back to Austin, and I got into the local kind of music scene. I did a bunch of gig work, and then eventually I started my own production company, and I did a little bit of video production for different clients. And now this whole thing's going on, and it's vast. It's a new experience. But yeah, that's what I've experienced. Um, and I'm a little bit further down the timeline than you. I mean, I'm a little bit older, I guess. Um, I'm curious. So in Denmark, do they have internships, like a where you work for a company but you don't necessarily work for the company?
Oh yeah, we do have that. We call it what do you call when it's a practitioner, um, a doctor that's on a medical
Oh,
place,
oh,
but
oh,
only has like stand-in.
oh man. No, that's not the word. The word I know what you're saying. Residency.
Yes, you can do that where you work for like 3 maybe 4 months at a company, and then you just like
Hmm.
off you go. And a lot of people do that to boost their CV because hey, instead of just sitting down and
Hmm.
learning in school, I went and actually did some of it. And a lot of schools, for instance, the electrician, they will have like half a year of school, half a year of going between companies, half a year of school, half a year of going between companies, and then your final degree.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So do you have any plans to do a residency?
Currently not. We don't really have a lot of ways to do this with my degree in particular.
Gotcha. There aren't any like specific companies that are in Denmark that work on
No,
environmental
no.
causes.
I mean, we are there are, but they don't accept us students.
Oh, so they don't do internships or residencies.
No, they don't.
Hmm. So, uh, do you? So I guess yeah, you talked about it. You know, the university being sort of you do it. What is it? You have to be a self. You have to be motivated. You have to be
Yeah, you have to
um,
be self motivated. I
it's
mean,
kind of self motivated. Yeah.
have a student guider and student counselor to help you through
Hmm.
that process. But most of the time, it's either doing your own study groups or do it on your own.
Yeah. So, um, is it still based on credits? Like you have to get a certain amount of credits to graduate.
No, it's still based on grades.
So there's but like for how many do you have to get in a certain amount of classes finished?
No. You just have to in like for instance, let's say you're studying to be a mathematician and you still
Hmm.
have English as a side thingy. Well, English is not a main thing of your degree, so it's gonna weigh less. So its grades might only count for 0.5 of your total grade. And that way they calculate the average. So you can fail like almost half of your classes and still pass because your average grade is still higher than the failing point.
How many years do you go to university for?
It depends what you're doing. If you're doing a normal degree, 2 maybe 3 years. If you're doing PhD or masters, it's 7 or 8 or 10.
So that's similar, I guess. So I guess the breakdown for in the U.S. is associate's degrees are like 2 to 3 years, depending upon how well you do. Then
Yeah,
you have a bachelor's degree, and then you can either like it depends what specialization or major that you want to do for your
candidate,
graduate degree, how
PhD,
long it takes.
masters.
Yeah, you can skip your master's in some cases and go straight to getting a PhD in the U.S. It just depends
Oh,
what
in
you do.
Denmark it's flipped.
Oh, so PhD and then
It,
masters?
it goes bachelor, candidate, PhD, master.
Ah, yeah, yeah, it's different. Masters is after your uh, doctoral degrees. I don't know exactly how you know each industry values a master's over a PhD. I don't know. Generally speaking, people culturally in the U.S. respect doctoral degrees, PhDs, a little bit more than masters. Maybe I don't know if that's actually true because you have
I
you have
mean,
folks that
either way, you already have the doctor like line. If you have a PhD in
yeah
Denmark or you have a PhD in the States, you still have the doctor line. So I mean, the
yeah,
two
but I
extra
mean
years
there's
it
like
don't it doesn't really like add anything other than hey, I wanted to spend 2 more years.
yeah, but in the U.S. There's like, do you know what a chiropractor is?
Yeah.
So like chiropractors don't are not it's a doctoral degree, but it's not you're not a doctor. You know, like like in the regards like that medical school
Oh,
in the
I mean,
regard like that.
you can. I mean, you
So
can
it's
call.
like there's a cultural thing.
Yeah, you can call a physicist a doctor.
Hmm. Yeah. Um,
It's more of like a tag for like I did this many years of school.
yeah, like I was saying, in the U.S., it's that's you can skip. So it's like you were talking about someone who has a PhD comes before getting a master's. Yeah, it's like it can be go both ways, I guess. Here, in that you can skip or you can go through master's program and doctoral degree. It can be kind of like it can be a mix up or whatever comes first, I guess. Um, but yeah, so do you see yourself living in Denmark, or do you see yourself like moving somewhere to
I'm
be
probably
more
move around Europe.
move out of Europe?
No, move around Europe.
I'll move
Um,
around Europe. Where would be like the best place for you to practice your talent or your skill?
Nordic, Norway, or southern Italy,
Oh, okay,
where
so they have a lot of
where the climate is most like drastic.
gotcha. And so what is the type of company, like a nonprofit, or how does that work? Um,
Most of them are profitable. Most of them are for profit because they're government funded in
for
some way or
profit.
another. Yeah. So we have just like you have NASA, which is North American Space something. We have ESA, which is European Space Association, I think it is,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and they also do a lot of climate investigations, stuff like that.
Gotcha. So, all right. So now you've gone to school and everything, and you've gotten your job. Is there like do you have like I mean, I already asked you if you like video games, but do you like what else do you do? You do cooking? What kind of things do you like doing?
I do a lot of laptop repair because I know how
Oh,
it
okay.
works. It's a good side hustle.
Yeah, for sure. Could turn into a main hustle depending upon like how things work out for you. Um,
I mean,
so so you do you see yourself maybe like having a store or something like that?
I could totally do that. If it doesn't work out, or if I find out halfway through that it's not really for me, I could totally just leave and then open up a store and try my best to do that.
Do you build custom PCs or stuff like that as well?
Got my baby right here.
Gotcha. And do you do that for your friends or anything like that? Have you ever built like a
Oh
PC for your
yeah,
friends?
yeah. Plenty of times. Usually, I don't get paid money. I get paid in beer.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. 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 So, what is there? I don't know. Denmark. Do they have a big LAN tournament? Uh,
Yeah, we have NPF,
what's it?
which is
NPF.
NPF, Net Party
Look it
Fyn.
up.
It's a local area in Denmark where it's always held around September, and it's 3 days with tons of tournaments and 5,500 ish attendees a year.
Mm-hmm. Do you go?
I did once. It's just not for me. It's a little too it's too crowded.
Oh, too crowded. Okay. Gotcha.
I like the
So,
small treehouse mainly. It's more.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Small things. Yeah. Do you? So you talked about, is it called the pubs, bars in Denmark?
It's just called bars, nightclubs, whatever you want to call them.
Oh, okay.
Pubs
All right.
or
Cool.
for only English.
Do you go to nightclubs? Do you go to bars?
Not real nightclubs. Bars, yes. Nightclubs, nah.
No.
Sometimes, but nah, not
Sometimes.
really.
Are you? What type of music are you into?
A lot of it. EDM, techno, Metallica. I've covered basically all stats there. Orchestral.
Cool. Do you go to music festivals?
We have one called Green Current. Green. What would you call that? Green Concert. I think it is. It's sponsored by a local brewery, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just it's wacky. Let's call it that. It's basically in the middle of fucking nowhere in a field, and you just give it a spot for a tent, and you live there for a week.
Mm. Is are drugs legal in Denmark?
No, medical marijuana is. Other than that, no.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, I don't know. Wait, I thought mushrooms were illegal in Denmark. Maybe that's I'm
That's
tripping.
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, right. How far is
No,
Amsterdam from Denmark? I can't think.
12 hours in a car,
12 hours.
or around 5 hours in a
Interesting.
like direct train.
S- what's the alcohol percentage level in Denmark?
In Denmark, what the percentage of alcohol is?
Yeah, like how
The
much
age?
alcohol is in a beer percentage
Oh,
wise? 4.6. Okay. Well, is that a pretty strong beer or
no,
or
that's a
no?
weak beer. That's a weak beer.
Gotcha. So 4.6,
Usually be on around 10.
10. That
Yeah,
makes
that's a
sense.
pilsner. And then
Beer.
in terms of like,
Um.
if you really just want to get fucking drunk, we got absinthe, of course, which is at 92% at the highest.
Yep. Yeah. That's gonna get you lit. Um.
Absinthe
That's
is
funny.
the way to go.
Oh, just a little bit, maybe. On a good night. A good. What do you call them? Friday night bar. Is that what you called it?
A Friday night bar. That's what the student houses hold.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's more what
Okay.
they indulge in. And then they have the
Okay.
yearly
I get it.
yearly bars are fucking crazy.
Okay, I see. Okay, so that's very similar. So student houses are are where, so like the apartment that you're living in, is that a student house?
No, that's outside of it. But a lot of the students live in like little I would call them dorms, rooms, whatever, where they share
Yeah.
a kitchen and all,
Hmm.
and they have each individual rooms. They have a lot of
So
parties, and every Friday you're just invited to go on in.
wait, so these dormitories, right? You're
Yeah.
allowed to drink in them?
Oh yeah, it's Denmark, dude.
That's different
We drink
because
at age 16.
here, all right. So that's different because here that would like that would get you academic probation.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that would get you
You
kicked
know,
out.
that would really get you kicked out. And uh, you know, maybe it's different based on each state because at least here in Texas, like that would at least get you a mark. It necessarily wouldn't. You wouldn't necessarily get kicked out the first time, but it would definitely be on the record. Um, I'm trying to think. You don't necessarily get in trouble for having it. I don't think. Sometimes depends upon if you have like a really stern resident assistant. Um, but yeah, the parties are or what would you would call it a Friday night party or occur kind of in places where you're about to live, where
Yeah,
in like that area. Whereas there weren't there were no parties were allowed in the dorms. That would you'd get in some sort of trouble unless you had like unless you were like really tight knit with the floor resident uh resident assistant.
yeah.
Then you could probably get away with it, but uh yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know. Like I guess are these student housing for that you're talking about, is that
Yeah.
on campus?
Um, I would call it on campus. It's about a mile out.
I guess it's way different. It's way different. S- are universities are they renovated? Are they kind of like old school? Like
Oh, they are renovated. They are top of the line.
really? Okay.
You At every single university, you'll find simply a room called the printing room, stockpiled with 3D printers.
Really? So it's like they're like new schools. They're not like I mean
Oh,
not
they
new
they
school, but
reno- they renovate every 10 years.
huh. So I would have figured it would have been like I'm gonna
Old
say
buildings
something, but it does.
made of
Yeah,
brick and
old
mortar.
buildings.
Yeah. No, these are high quality, like artistic pieces of concrete. Basically, it looks
Yeah,
insane.
is there's still a king of Denmark, right?
No, that's a queen. The king has sadly
A
passed.
queen. Okay, queen of Denmark. And but is there like a prime minister too? Like kind of same?
Oh yeah, of course. Here you go in the chat. That is our current university that I'm going to. As you
Oh,
can see,
yeah,
concrete and
that's
glass. It looks like an Apple fucking store.
yeah, that is that's about as renovated as it comes. I mean, it's meant to learn in. That's interesting. And a little bit of brick in the background there, I think.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's the that's a bit of older sections, but it gets renovated around every 10 years for like the entire thing.
that's interesting. That's really cool. And so they even got like a little outdoor LED sign on the front of the building there.
Oh yeah, that's the news. Where, for instance, if
Oh,
your class will be scheduled, you'll read it there.
are those bikes
Or
free? Are those free to use bikes, or are those?
no, no, that's just bikes that people have placed there because they are biking to the university. We are a
Yeah.
biking culture in Denmark. We bike everywhere.
Do you are there free bikes to ride, or you have to?
Oh, there's just like you guys have had that surge of all those goddamn scooters and all that. We have similar surges here. So you have scooters you can
Ah,
rent, and we have a few bikes you can rent too. That's another like
so
link from inside.
yeah. Oh,
And
and
if you
and
look
and
close, you can see Starbucks, which is the only Starbucks in the town.
where? Let me see.
It's way in the corner.
Oh, okay.
It's it's really
So
hidden, but it's there.
that's pretty cool. So yeah, this is some next level stuff. Yeah, definitely like the Apple campus. Um, like it
Yeah,
for sure.
kinda.
Definitely has its own, I would imagine, Denmark flavor to it. Um,
Yes. The nice thing is
yeah.
that every university basically have a cooking line, and the cooks every Friday they make something, cake, wedding cakes, whatever. They make something, and then we get to eat the leftovers.
Oh, what is there like free beer? Like, how does that work?
Um, no, that's not free beer, but it's pretty dang cheap. I think it's about $120 for beer from the bar.
Hmm. Is there like, I mean, like this is pretty general, but is there like free access to water or
On the campus.
what's it like?
It's like,
Yeah, on campus. Yeah,
oh yeah, I mean, I think you can see one actually.
like
It's hidden,
like those
but that's water
No,
fountains everywhere.
I see something there, but do you guys have like that new technology? I know this sounds like crazy, but where you can like put your bottle under there and fill your bottle up. I mean, it's kind of new technology, maybe in the past 10 years, where it's like a sensor activated bottle fill ups.
No, we still have those push buttons, but it's just like
Ah,
it's just
push
it
button
looks
type
like
stuff.
a soda dispenser with just cold water and
Yeah.
less cold water.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Filter wise, it doesn't need a filter. Danish drinking water is super clean.
Sure, yeah, yeah. Imagine. Small. Yeah. So, um do you guys have valet trash pickup, or do you like take a trash to dumpster, recycling to the dumpster? How
Uh,
does that work?
we have recycling dumpsters, of course. In terms of like pickup, we have the people that are jobless currently will get employed by the government,
Mm-hmm.
local government. We have like regional government, I guess you can call it, and they will then be dispensed to cut hedges, cut the grass, fix some. For instance, if like a path is broken, uh, for instance, what we call that, the stone part of it is like wobbly and all that. They would fix it and also pick up trash. And they
Great.
do that for 20 hours a week, and that will give them 2,000 US dollars a month, just to like then they can keep afloat, as unemployed, and they will of course be accounted for that they need to search actively after a job.
Hmm. Hmm. What happens if
So
you
yeah,
don't pay your taxes?
um, say hello to Germany. You basically get kicked out.
Really?
Well, after you've paid, of course. Either that, or you just go straight to jail until you're paid, and then you get kicked out.
Wait, do taxes go to the church?
0.82% of them do.
Hmm.
The 40 something else goes to the government. And yes, our income tax started at 40%.
Yeah, but you're also making. Wait, you're making people they only have to work 20 hours per month, and they get $2,000.
No, 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, and they get 2,000 a month.
Yeah, roughly.
Hmm. And then do they take taxes out of that 2,000?
Oh, yeah, they do. Of
But
course.
do they get
So
free
they
housing?
no, you have amount of money you can earn each year, which is then divided into each month before taxes kick in. So that's around 650, $700 you can earn each month before taxes kick in, just to make sure that as you can always stay afloat. Our minimum wage is around 18 an hour.
Hmm. So what what does someone do if do you go to church?
No, a lot of us are atheists or very light Protestants, which is, if you don't know, a branch of Christianity that Martin Luther hammered like
Hmm.
92 reasons that the church sucked. So we're part of that movement. So as at most we go to church maybe once a year, just for Christmas. That's about it.
Hmm. So you're Protestant. I mean, obviously. I
Yes.
mean, it's Denmark. But yeah, man, I think I'm agnostic, which means basically just God, but that's it. Like that's where I'm about. You know, I'm not atheist, but I believe in monotheism.
Something is up there.
So
I
yeah, I
mean,
mean,
I don't
it's
care what I
interesting.
don't care what people believe as long as it doesn't hurt me. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I get that. Uh, so I guess more recently, you know, given the circumstances and whatnot, televangelism. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what that is. Do you know what that is?
I have heard the word before. I'm not certain what it covers. Is it the whole
So
cult like thing,
no, I mean,
like
like
Scientology and
there's
all that?
definitely memes. No. Televangelism is this basically mega churches. They broadcast their sermons or their what's the other, what the hell is it called? There's another word on television, and that's televangelism. You know, television um, preaching. Okay, and so that has now become basically online. Um, everybody's live streaming, or a lot of churches from all
When
different
Pope Francis will join
denominations.
Twitch.
That'd be really interesting.
Yeah,
I
Pope Francis on Twitch.
I'm kind of
I'd sub.
I
He
did
probably had
see.
dope emotes.
I saw some sort of, I think it was on Facebook. They were streaming on Facebook or YouTube or something like that. It was from the Vatican, but it was I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah,
It's just like
Vatican in
I
general is weird. Do you know
I've
it's
never
considered a
been,
country?
obviously.
It's considered a country,
Yeah.
and you can spin
Yeah.
across it in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
It's so odd.
Yeah. It's sort of similar to the United States in that Washington D.C. is its own country as well. Sort
Yeah,
of. I
because
mean,
it has its
in
own
regards.
rules and own borders.
Mm-hmm. And it's some people consider it can either be a state, which is kind of like the state of Israel, or Washington D.C. being like a territory of the federal government or whatever. But when you start getting into the splitting hairs and stuff like between what in the world is going on, it could get very interesting. But for what's going on with the televangelism stuff, it's interesting because it allows people to kind of explore their faith and a little bit more. You know, a lot more
Oh yeah,
options.
I mean, it's definitely gonna be weird if like on channel 235 you have Christianity and then two channels up some Muslims preaching. You're gonna be able to like
Yeah,
experience a lot more about what the hell these things are about.
yeah. I think it's interesting. At least the live streaming aspect, because I don't think there's a lot of, you're joking a little bit ago, but I think that it's interesting that these institutions, faith-based institutions, they don't get a lot of feedback. Like they don't see the culture like Twitch, you know, and maybe they've been kind of blind to like a lot of what the internet is, and it's interesting to see them grapple with technology in that regard. Um, and there are some bigger churches, like for instance that the our president it promotes and stuff like that. Just really really strange times. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've basically tried
So.
to cut away any media because I'm just like I know what I need to do. Stay home, wash your
Mhm.
hands. I I'll maybe check it in a week and see if anything has changed. If it doesn't have changed, I turn it off for another week. It's a way to keep myself sane.
Yeah, you're. It sounds like you've got a pretty straightforward plan. I mean, you're going to university. I don't know when you probably just think it's just going to happen sometime, but
It's
you know.
public. I mean, um either it's gonna start in September or it's gonna start online in September. They can't
Hmm.
cancel a year of university, right?
Yeah, I don't suspect. I mean, not every my cousin, she just graduated high school, and she was and she had intentions of going to Texas A&M Corpus Christi, um, which is next to which is next to the ocean. It's a beach sort of university, and they sent my aunt and her an email basically saying that they are most likely going to do online e-learning for that first semester. I don't know like how long it's going to take. People are talking about people coming back to mass
People
gatherings
there are
later.
positive people, there are realists, and there are negative. Positive are saying in 2 weeks it's gonna be fine. Realists are gonna say, well, sometime 2021 we're gonna have a vaccine, and the negative people are
Hmm.
saying it's over. We might as well go kill ourselves.
Yeah, I guess there are some doomsdayers
There are some
or
some
whatnot.
doomsday preppers. There are definitely
Yeah,
some people that are.
right. Yeah, I think it's for me, I'm probably in the middle somewhere. I'm obviously in a demographic of people that's, you know, um, I own my own business. I operate independently of big corporation. I end up kind of have to negotiate with the state a little bit to try and figure out what I can do and what I can't do, because there are some sort of limitations in that regard at the present moment. Um, and for me, I'm looking at it like, it just has to kind of get progressively better. Um, Well, we're gonna be dealing with it. You mentioned this earlier on the show that there may be just every year we have to take a month off, you know, and
Yeah.
kind of uh, do the social distancing that, and who knows, 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now it might be every other month. We got to do that, but uh I suspect by that time artificial intelligence will pretty much be taking care of all of the kind of rudimentary small labor jobs that we have to do.
Oh,
That'd be all.
as well as diseases. Like they're gonna be able to predict disease and make a vaccine before it even
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess we could get down this kind of futurist technology sort of conversation.
I mean,
And
I'm a
then
geek,
maybe
so we can do it.
if you if you have to go, just let me know. Um,
No, I'm
this
fine.
idea of technology. Yeah, I just kind of want to build a foundation. I don't know where I'm meeting you for the first time, and I don't know these sorts of things about Denmark. I'm interested in them, but we can go into a little bit of a deeper subject matter and talk about this. But um, we're we're there are a lot of people having a conversation right now about the integration between you know I'm gonna make it very simple, people and robotics or automated intelligence, AI, artificial intelligence. Uh, what is your perspective? Do you think there's a full integration at some point, or do you see it as a gradual, maybe we never experience?
I think it's gonna be a gradual one. We are definitely coming to the point where, while it's expensive, we can create like life robotics. For instance, you lost an arm, you can easily get a fully robotic prosthetic arm that will do everything of your command because it has that little nerve ending up here, so it can understand when you want to grasp and want to release and all that. So we already kind of know how to mimic the body from the brain. Now we need to get it the other way around. Um, I think we're gonna see it first, like the whole like control computers with your brain. We're gonna see it first as a entertainment thingy. Imagine VR, where instead of moving your legs to move in real life, you just imagine moving your legs and you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I
Um.
think it's gonna be very gradual with like small things, and down the line it might be dictation by thought, and then even further down the line, slowly we start leaving. We start leaving like the real world and perceive another world.
Mm-hmm. And so, what coding languages do you know?
Um, I know as in I know the name or know the language.
What can you kind of like? Yeah. What can you kind of like? If you got into the dashboard, the
HTML
module,
and
a
Java.
little bit
That's
of
about it.
HTML, a little bit of Java. Same. I mean, I'm probably not as up to um up to your level right now. I
Oh,
don't I don't really
nah,
practice that much.
Java and HTML. It's a very easy language to learn. So I'm basically doing it in my
Yeah,
free time.
I'm not even doing anything. I haven't done anything in maybe 5 years. But anyway, maybe a little bit, but nothing serious, no programming. Um, I did a little bit of C sharp in college, programming some games, but I haven't done that in a long time either. Just been focusing on physical world things, a lot of labor intensive things. Um, anyway, so I hear what you're saying. So what current event have you been watching the most in that regard? To like, are you paying attention to Neuralink? Um,
Neuralink is definitely one of the most interesting ones, but it's also the one that's most
mhm,
up and about. What I'm most interested right now is um, actually what what's his name? I don't actually remember his first name. Gaben, from Valve. He more or less retired himself, and he's doing Neuralink style research right now. And
mhm,
his research has come
mhm,
a long way, and they've basically been able to make the movements of a wet be fully captured now.
mhm. Yeah. Um, it's an interesting conversation because there are kind of three main applications that uh, propel the advancement of technology: military application, entertainment, like you said before, which includes uh, adult and
Oh yeah,
I'm not
adult
saying
push a
adult, but
lot more than people think.
adult and gaming, adult and gaming. Why I was blanking on the gaming, we just talked about it, but like you said, Gaben and whatnot, and then um, space travel. Those those three are pretty much the main proponents or propellers of the thing. And you talked about or you talked about not necessarily Neuralink, but you were talking about how now we can kind of use electrical frequencies from the brain to um, move robotics that are uh, attached to arms, and then basically those frequencies can communicate to robotics. What I mean, this is something maybe over time. Uh, I mean, I'm sure that this has been developed. I'm not sure how crazy this is. I've seen some stuff. Um, what at what point do you think, in just guesstimate, 5 years, 50 years, 100 years, do you see full scale bio nanotechnology um, being implemented to where, losing limbs, heart failure, maybe not brain failure. I don't know, figure that would probably be the end
That'll
game.
probably get you. But like
Yeah.
you're talking about being able to just 3D print organs at you'll need a new heart. Well,
Yeah.
let's fire up the 3D printer.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 2050, maybe 2045 if we are lucky.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that comes before or after we are already integrated with, multi-reality, multiverse
Oh,
sort
that
of?
comes after.
You think
That
that
comes
comes
after.
after?
I think it's easier to trick the brain into thinking that it's another place than it is to trick the body into thinking that this distant, strange, what would we call that? As uh, strange organ that you suddenly put into me is fully operational, and I'm
So
definitely not gonna kill it.
so let's get this kind of maybe boxed in and give some language to this. When do you think that the timeline for the alternate universe has to be in line with the timeline that we have in order for there to be an upload to be downloaded? So
No,
consciousness, as it gets uploaded, there has to be a organic organism to on the other end of that reality to be downloaded into. So if another alternate reality is capable of um, 3D printing physical, organic entities, we could just upload and download our body into different
So what you're basically saying is, could we
things.
upload our mind and teleport using that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
So
see that
I'm
as
gonna
a reality?
upload my mind and have a body reconstructed from the ground up at Mars.
So
I
I guess
don't
the
think
question is
so. I don't think
that
so. I don't think
well,
it would be you. I
right,
think
right,
in the
right. So
process.
I'm thinking linearly and non-linearly. So linearly would mean sort of Star Trek, teleporting.
Yeah, well, it's the same person,
Non-linearly.
and then non-linear would be you kill the person and a new person spawns with the exact same memory.
Well, that, and I was thinking like you could, I don't know, become like a Fortnite character, or like you could just, your consciousness gets uh, installed into some other sort of entity. I don't know, like a six-legged, uh, like I don't know, like something like anything you can imagine, right? So like, to your imagination's extent, obviously, I guess that's sort of, it doesn't, you don't, unless, I mean, obviously we have the void, we have sort of different sort of black box, um, augmented virtual mixed reality situations now. Um, but it's not the same as, like, I guess, like literally
Yeah,
exiting your physical.
I think we could,
And then
if you just want to have it into the entertainment space, where it's like I am leaving my body and becoming another. I think we could probably be able to do that, but live as the other being might be harder.
yeah,
What
I
I'm
was just
thinking of
thinking like,
is what I'm thinking of is if you imagine sleeping, you are moving a ton around when you sleep. Like in your dreams and stuff, you can be running and all that. Your body won't react because a chemical is being sent out that's basically saying to your limbs, no matter what the brain is saying in terms of fear and movement, don't react. And I think if it
you know
can
what I was just thinking?
if it can stimulate that same effect and then at the same time wire in visual and hearing into a game and then still read
Mm-hmm.
those from your brain like the movement, but your body would just be laying in your bed, for instance, I think you'd probably get close to it.
Yeah, it's definitely, now I'm trying to play mental jujitsu with myself, thinking like, okay, well, what of those three categories that I mentioned earlier, the entertainment, the military, and the
It probably
science,
falls into entertainment.
who gets there first? Who?
Who gets there first? It's always the military. The military
So,
had the
okay,
net
yeah, that's what I was
had the
gonna say.
internet in the early 40s.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I'm curious as to what is it that what particular interest will each one be most, how will they use these pieces? So like, you hear about, whenever people talk about this in religion, they they talk about this like it's, you're being possessed, um is it, is there some sort, is there potentially um a problem where the lines could get crossed, and who knows, you might find yourself in someone else's body. You know, you might be uploaded to this neural network and be uploaded into someone else's, you know. I mean, now I'm kind of, getting to a place where
Well,
do you own your body? Do you like I guess this is a highly debated conversation in religion because technically speaking, the church, you know, is in ownership of a lot of people's physical presence. Unless you, that was some of the division between Catholicism and Protestant was that the individual possess their own entity and that they had uh, free will in not only um, the ether but in the physical realm as well. Uh, so it's kind of an interesting thing. How does the military define that? How does the entertainment world define that? How does the scientific world define that? I'd say the scientific world is probably more uh, the ethics, values, and morals of the scientific world. Though there maybe are some bad actors in that sphere. Entertainment
I mean, that's
entertainment's kind
always a
of
rotten
liberal.
apple.
Yeah. So it's an interesting conversation to be had. This whole idea of um, of the integration between um, the artificial intelligence, um, robotics, and the organic human biological beings that we are. Like, um, and I don't necessarily know, you know, I don't necessarily know I definitely like to relate for me particularly. Um, I relate a lot of things to Hollywood entertainment. I think of like drones. I think from Star Wars. Obviously, Star Wars is uh, a good place for people to connect on. Um, but when we start talking about the reality that I live in, there's not much. There's not much yet. Obviously, pretty. This is pretty complex for folks from Texas to communicate with someone all the way across the world. In Denmark, um, it's it's quite challenging for a lot of folks. And then number one, that's one thing. Maybe they don't necessarily know how to figure that out. Um, or maybe they just don't have the interest. Uh, and another thing I guess is that there's the mindset, there's a cultural uh, conceptualization. Are people from Denmark a little bit more forward thinking, or do
No, I wouldn't say so. I just think we are more thinking internationally because we have Germany like literally out if I go out in the car now and drive, I'm in Germany before midnight. It's currently 11. And the same way, if I start going to Sweden, I'll be there around 2 in the morning. I think because we have all these different cultures and nations around us, we think broader than for instance the States or another huge country like Russia might think.
right? Hmm.
Because we are the small guys, we how can we say this? Whenever we are mentioned by name, for instance, in green energy countries that rank the highest, we are always the one of the top highest ones because we are very small. So it's very easy for us to like make giant windmill parks and have everything come from there. And I think we have a very like nationalist like proudness to that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we get mentioned on like international waters or international waters.
Mm-hmm. What what do you think could be what will be the coolest technology that you can envision uh, being added to sort of what is what you have now with I think the most commercially, and I'm jumping around, I'm trying to get to a point here, the most commercially like viable kind of understandable um like technology and application right now for the average person right now is VR chat. VR chat, you can buy the Valve
You
Oculus
don't
or
even
something like
need the
that.
headset to join in.
You don't, but like to really get,
Oh yeah, of course, to like get to the next experience, but like just to get a taste, you
yeah,
don't.
yeah, you don't. Um, yeah, you can use PC. It's multi-platform, isn't it? Right?
I don't actually know. I don't think the
Uh,
PlayStation stuff like that have it.
it's not cross-platform.
What do you mean exactly? I don't think other consoles have it.
Oh, I know consoles have it. I just don't know if it's
Do the console
cross-platform.
do the console have just chatting? Like, do they have have that? Um,
VR chat is I know that the PlayStation has VR chat, and I'm pretty sure
oh,
the Xbox has the game.
I didn't know that, dude. I didn't know that. I thought actually it was Windows only.
I think it originally was. I
Nope,
think
it's
it
still
got
only on Steam. It's still only on Steam. What you've probably seen is that people are using their PlayStation VR headsets on the PC.
maybe
It's only on Steam so
really.
far and on the VR specific stores, but you don't need those because everything connects to Steam anyway.
Huh. Yeah, maybe it was. I saw people using the PS4 or the PS4 headsets, the PSVR stuff. Um, I think that's definitely Anyway, that next level stuff right there. Obviously, PS5, all of that will have
Oh
some
yeah,
sort
that
of
would have
cross-platform.
plenty of power to do such a thing.
I guess that's the entry. I mean, people have been talking about this for forever, um, and it's kind of the introduction into augmented reality, introduction into mixed reality. I mean, it's already. Do you think that a country like Denmark or a country that's more progressive and has well, I mean, some things aren't, but a country that has more social benefits, will they provide like relatively inexpensive access to augmented reality, mixed reality, or
If
will
it
it stay commercial?
becomes if it becomes like a way to work, for instance, if you can suddenly do actual work wearing these headsets and you could do it better or maybe safer, then yeah, I could definitely see the state like going in and cutting prices for the end consumer.
See, the thing is like this sort of technology. I mean, obviously, in a much more risk and much more rudimentary level, has been in military application, scientific application forever, and at the highest levels of Hollywood, of course, they've been utilizing this sort of technology to be creative, and the consumer, the average person that, works in manufacturing, maybe they had some exposure to it, operating, maybe a robotic arm, putting together like a truck or something like that. But the data processor, the legal assistant, the lawyer, they're not using this sort of technology that
Nah.
much. Um, but with this being integrated um, at scale, like on a commercial level, where you can go and buy your VR, PSVR. Or, isn't there like three different levels of the Oculus? Or
No, there's a single Oculus right now. Well, there's two versions, but it's more or less the same. And then there's two versions of the Valve setup.
what's the
So
Valve?
Valve, there's the Cosmo, which is like the entry level, even though it starts at like 699, and then there's the Index, which is 1,000 and up.
The Index. That's right. The
Yeah,
Index.
the Index is the
Yeah.
powerhouse right now.
And then the HoloLens, right? That was another
Yes, it's
project.
not out yet. It's not out yet.
It's not out yet.
It's
It's not out
it's
yet.
still in development, but the main thing of with that is that they wanted to have a display hang in front of you and be see through until you put something on it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's gonna be hard to pull off.
Yeah. I mean, that's um maybe like maybe there's some. I mean, obviously, what I thought that I saw it a couple of years ago, so, kind of like a prototype that they were doing with Minecraft. Is that
Yep,
a couple of years
they're
ago
still working
they
on it.
displayed it?
They're still
Yeah.
working on it.
So do you think that universities, this sort of technology will be adopted, and you can like go to class in a VR augmented, and get a degree? You think you could get like a
Oh,
degree
probably.
while attending university through?
Probably. I mean, they already have a few down at the university I live at, because we have a few game developers, and it's a good way to experience. Well, you're probably gonna work with this in the future.
Yeah, so in the game development space,
Yeah, in the game development
there's a
space,
lot of
VR is already being
opportunity.
implemented. VR is already being
A lot of
implemented because it's
opportunity.
it's yeah.
Not so much in like the traditional sciences.
No. There's a few moments where you might see it. For instance, if you're astronomy, it might be easier to show the night sky for each student by giving them a, probably a phone-mounted VR headset, but still VR headset, just because it's easier to have them look around and find the constellations than have a large projector or something like that up in the roof of the building.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of access to that? Before you go to university,
Um,
have you gone and experimented with it a lot?
no, not really. I just know that
Yeah,
they
me
do that kind
neither.
of thing because it's kind of their like selling point. Oh, you will be taught in VR, even though like it's like not that much again, but it's
Yeah,
a
I'm
selling
not
point.
against it. I'm not
Oh, me
against
neither.
VR at all.
Me
Like,
neither. It's
yeah,
it's gonna be it's gonna change the world for sure, but it's
because
not gonna
I've
just be.
experienced it. You know, I've experienced it when I was younger, and I did it, and then the opportunity for me to well, because I don't know, I don't get out that much. I guess I was at a mall, and my brother and my stepdad, they did it, but I didn't do it because I was just like, at the time I wasn't, like, I was just like, I'm not interested right now. But like, I definitely watch a lot. I watch VR content. I watch people do it. I
Oh,
don't own it.
I'm definitely gonna
I
try
could
and
do it, but
I'm definitely gonna try to save some money and grab a Rift
do you have an
at some point.
RTX?
No, I'm wanting AMD graphics.
AMD. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
But
I'm
I mean,
wanting
that
what
still could
is
push
it's equivalent to a 2070. Mine is the
2070. Gotcha.
5700 XT.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm definitely
It's
considering
VR
grabbing a
capable, of
VR headset.
course.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of cards are actually VR capable without you thinking about it. Like you can go out, grab an off-the-shelf $800 laptop, and it might have a VR capable graphics card in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, VR is just such an interesting place because it's not necessarily clear whether you can actually do anything with it yet. You know, it's very
I
entertainment
mean,
oriented.
you can play some cool games,
You know what? I hear what you're saying, and there's actually
watch porn.
you actually you can do a lot of cool
I
stuff
mean,
with it.
it's
But
cool. It's cool things, but it's
yeah,
not like, oh, I'm doing my taxes 20% faster thanks to VR. Nah, nah, not yet.
I recently watched this artist, this graffiti artist who went into like I guess it's like Microsoft Paint or Adobe Photoshop or something like that in the VR space, and he did a mock up all with the index, I think, and and then he took that and he uploaded it to like a traditional computer or whatever, and then he printed it and everything. Like he took what he did in the VR world and brought it into the physical world. Um, but I don't know how many applications kind of have that capability. I'm sure,
I
like you brought up 3D printing. I'm sure there's some sort of integration there with 3D printing.
Oh yeah. I mean, how cool would it be to be a construction worker and then your contractor comes up and says, "Oh, how is the house looking?" Well, our architect have worked on VR the last few days. Want to jump in?
Yeah, and then you could walk around, check it out, and everything. Yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah,
that's the way to do it. But wait, wireless headphones, shit dies.
yeah. I actually have these are wireless as well, and what they're made by Anchor. Have you ever heard of Anchor before?
Oh yeah, Anchor is very prominent around the world.
It's very interesting. Like I only knew them as a battery company, as like an external power source, and then I got these, and man, these things last forever because of that. But yeah.
I can still hear you just fine.
Oh, I didn't want to.
No, we use Anchor too.
Yeah, it's
It's a decent
I'm kind
like
of new to it.
cheapest brand, but like it's pretty dang good quality.
Yeah, it's kind of new. It's a new company. Maybe it's not new in Denmark, but it's pretty new to the U.S. Maybe within the year or two coming here, and
Yeah.
it I got the power bank recently that they make. Actually, no, I got a new power bank from a company called Rav Power. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that company.
Also familiar.
Um, Rav Power, uh, I use it to power up my camera when I'm in the field. And man, the thing is, it's fast. It's like, boom. And it's got that new the USB C Q, not QI,
PW, power delivery.
power delivery. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
Yeah, you can charge a MacBook and stuff like that.
yeah, it's I I'm kind of just I don't know if I don't know how fast technology, like commercial technology, gets to Denmark, but Texas, it takes a while to get here. Obviously, in places like California, Los Angeles, or New York, I'm sure it's there pretty quickly. But in texas, it takes a while to kind of get that sort of technology in your
Um,
hands.
about a week or two in Denmark.
But is it like Is it like? Can you go to like what's a superstore in Denmark?
Again, power to go. I
Do
mean,
you
you can go there like a week, maybe two
what
weeks after Apple launch a new phone and go pick it up.
what's the equivalent to like a Walmart in Denmark?
We don't really have that actually. We have a lot of smaller like businesses that are competing. We don't really have like a Walmart. We
Oh,
have a mall, but it's not. That's not a Walmart, right? It's more of a
yeah,
collection.
like Walmart's kind of like this in
Yeah, Walmart is
between
is a
kind
single
of
thing
thing.
with like a strange fucking pharmacy in one corner for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then there's like Target, which is a competing company and whatnot. But so like for you guys, there's like these different little mom and pop shops.
Oh yeah, it's no, it's not that it's not necessarily mom and pops, but it's more like you go to Whole Foods for groceries, then you go down to what would that be? Micro Center to go grab up your PC components, and then you end up your trip down at the local VVS installer.
Oh, so it's like it. So
It's still
so
brands,
essentially,
but it's more like
yeah,
small, centralized.
yeah. So instead of it all being in like a Walmart, like inside,
Yeah.
it's in probably the same proximity.
Oh yeah, it's around the same little shopping area in the city.
You you just get to go outside a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, no, we're locked down. we're inside. Like
Oh,
inside
I'm actually
only.
not. I'm outside a lot of the time. I'm out in the middle of the country, so I go for bike
Oh
rides and
yeah,
stuff like
I
that.
mean
I'm so active.
I still sort of have that freedom as well. I live out in the like on the countryside a little bit with some
It's
family.
nice to be able to go out
Um
do garden and stuff like that.
yeah, I think the qu- so so you can get all your computer parts. You built your own PC. We talked about it a bit earlier. Um you can get it all pretty much from a specialized store that's pretty
Well,
close.
yes, but you wouldn't really pick it up at the store. Most of the time, it's just cheaper to get it shipped than have a middleman stand and sell it to you at the store. It's just easy to order online and have it shipped.
So like so what you would use like a Tiger Direct or Newegg, or is there like a
Nope, new egg is not in here. We use Pro Shop, which is a localized company, and if you want to be really fancy, we use Amazon.de. That's a Deutsch land, so the German Amazon. We might use that if you want like a specialized part home.
how fast
So
does that get to you?
14 days, currently 1 month. I ordered a nice pair of like Warning earphones. I ordered those like April 3rd. They're not here yet.
So is that do you think that's because of the government?
No, that's because of COVID and because of the transport time. They
Oh,
want to sell you
right.
the
So
product.
okay. All right, all
They
right.
want to sell you the
All right.
product as
All right.
cheap as possible, and it has to go through the border and everything. It takes a fucking
Right.
while.
So before.
Before that, it was definitely just because they wanted to do it cheap.
It would take 14 days still?
Oh yeah, if it can be 2-3 euro cheaper to have it wait 5 days in some strange department in the middle of Germany for you to ship the rest of the way, they will do it. Expected delivery
Hmm.
3 days. Standard delivery 14 days.
That's a no deal for me. Like
Yeah,
oh
Amazon
man,
Prime
I'm
doesn't work.
in yeah,
Amazon Prime
Amazon Prime is
it doesn't give you
such
anything here.
a it's like a necessity in so many ways.
In
Um
the US, yes. In Denmark, no, it doesn't give you anything.
it's
The
so
only thing,
inexpensive here too.
And
It's
here in Denmark,
but
I
you know
can
what? Here's something.
so much. Yeah.
Here's something that maybe the audience and you might not know this, but there's been a big challenge. I mean, Amazon Prime right now doesn't mean anything. Things can come a month, 2 weeks. It doesn't. It's not. It's not 2 days anymore. It's none of that.
No, it's like ordering
The
from
other
Wish.
thing,
It's a
yeah,
it's magical.
yeah, it kind of is. And then there's we also have like you can order groceries, like you can subscribe to like a year of delivery, right?
Oh, yeah, like Brew Apron and stuff like that.
No, 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 no. So like we have like DoorDash, Postmates, Uber Eats, like these sort of
Oh, oh.
delivery.
So you like prepay your delivery rate?
Yeah, you prepay for a year. You have to meet a minimum of $35, right? But you get unlimited, right? And this is from Walmart.
Oh,
But there's also like local.
I'm glad that's not here because I would abuse the hell out of that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Abuse
Well,
that
the
so
the
much.
unfortunate thing right now is it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't. It's not working because you have to wait a week. It's not same day. It used to be. It was before. It was same
Yeah, it
day.
used to be like you could get it the same day if you ordered with before like what 2, 3 p.m.
Yeah, yeah. And now it's not. And and it's been the weirdest thing to deal with for like the past year. You know, the groceries were just showing up. You know, the the electronics were just showing up at the door within at least 2 days. Like everything was showing up. Now it's for a year you get used to this routine of packages just showing up at the door, and now you you're just like in my experience, and this is in the U.S. I don't know if it's the same overseas. It's our lives have definitely changed in that groceries aren't showing up same day, packages aren't showing up in 2 days, and
I
you're
mean,
having to change the way you live in ways. Like it's interesting.
package wise, yes. I used to get like weekly packages. Now I get them like 2, maybe 3 times bi-weekly at most. But grocery wise, we still do local shopping there. We have services
Yeah,
that will shop for you, but we no, it's so expensive.
it's yeah. I was gonna say it's not cost effective,
Oh, no,
but
no, no.
it was so cost effective for us. And then
Oh
there's
yeah,
been
a
this run up.
year's worth as long as you hit a quota. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like $35 is nothing. Like that's
Oh,
a
for
way that
groceries and stuff like
you.
that, I'll gladly order my one bottle of jam and then like just randomly select 10 Dorito bags and have 35 and ship it off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just an interesting time. I mean, they've kind of they've figured out a way to schedule it, but whenever you order specific items, um, between that window of times for you're about right now it's about a week, like between the time that you order it and the time that it gets delivered. A lot of those items go out of stock during the time, and they don't have a really good effective understanding of their supply. So it's really weird.
Yeah, they
You
can
might
like
order
reserve.
something and it's out of stock. No, they can't
It,
reserve now.
it's also hard to reserve because of like, okay, next week on Monday I gotta deliver this guy this, but like half of it will be rotten by then.
You know what this does though, and it's interesting, is that it really does provide them with a lot of data on what people are ordering and when to have a certain amount of supply in the store so that they can future
As long
proof
as they,
the out of
as long as
stock.
they ignore the toilet paper ordering.
Yeah, that's the weirdest, the wildest thing. And
It happened for like the day we announced the lockdown. It was 9 p.m. and stores closed at 10.
mhm,
So they had
mhm.
savages at the first day and the second day. And then after that, our queen just went on live television saying, "Behave like fucking adults." People stopped. We have had toilet paper and stock ever since.
Hmm.
Just needed our queen to go call us all fucking children, and people stopped.
Yeah. That's nobody's gonna listen to anybody here. It doesn't matter who gets on.
No. The US is
Yeah.
such a strange place, and if like it's not just the toilet paper anymore. People are losing their jobs, and like have to file for unemployment, but unemployment takes 30 days to go into action, and it's like, where do I get the 1,200 for my fucking house? Holy shit!
Yeah, that's exactly kind of like the
One thing
experience
I'm
that I'm
certain
going through
of,
right now.
one thing I'm certain of is like there's gonna be so many like drug dealers in the making right now, just trying to earn some way of living.
Yeah. Um it's an interesting economy. Uh there is that, but there's just not really the social structure or logistics to really make that work as well as that opportunity goes to a few, very few people, the ability
Oh,
to
for sure.
make that work. um the whole unemployment thing you said, like, oh, it takes 30 days. Unfortunately, our delivery systems have been massively corrupted and are not, at the scale that they need to be getting people money. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's really interesting.
I heard that
You
it's
know,
like it's odd enough with the stimulus check. Is that is called? They started at the top
yeah,
of the people who qualified instead of the bottom.
yeah, I was on the top, fortunately, but it didn't. That doesn't last very long here. Like, that's about a week's worth
What do you mean?
of anything.
Um,
Like,
That's an RTX 2080.
yeah, 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 yeah,
and
exactly.
some
Somebody
and
got
some
that.
peanut butter and jam. You'll survive. Don't worry.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's it's. I think the next thing that what we're working on here, and maybe you could talk about this for Denmark. What's going on there? What we're working on is something called the EMPA. It's the Emergency Money for the People Act, which is going to basically give 6 months of $2,000 checks to people who
That's a
qualify. Obviously, you're gonna have to be you're gonna have to be a taxpayer, I assume, is the way this is gonna be, or at least somebody who's in the system to be for that to be delivered. Um, it'll be really interesting. I don't know what that's gonna look like. What about in Denmark? What kind of do you guys have emergency aid?
We haven't changed anything. Oh, you got unemployed? Sucks for you. Here's the unemployment rate. We haven't changed
Hmm.
anything. We're already covered.
That's interesting. So what is the how many people have become unemployed?
Around we're up to around 500,000 out of 5.7, 5.8.
Half a million. Hmm. And so there, what was the unemployment before the crisis?
Around 50,000, give or
Oh
take.
wow,
So
most people were
around 10
employed.
times increase, which
Yeah.
isn't too bad
So
considering other numbers around the globe.
what do 500,000 people do? Are you do you have just like the
Currently,
cleanest
they don't
streets in the
do
world?
anything. We're currently slowly opening up smaller things, and they're trying to apply for jobs there. But currently, they
Are
just sit at
they
home.
getting paid to sit at home?
Oh yeah, I mean, normally they have to work and meet a quota of X amount of interaction with potential jobs, but there's no potential jobs, and you can't go outside to work, so they're sitting home
Hmm.
while we slowly figure this out.
So in Denmark, is it a lot of people working for the state, or do they work for like independent companies?
And they're going to be independent companies. I think it's about 300,000 government workers. That's it. The rest is
Oh,
independent.
okay, gotcha. Okay,
But I
okay,
mean,
and
technically, unemployment, they are unemployed, work with the government too, because that's what pays them. So,
yeah, of course, right. Uh, so those 500,000 people, are you
I'm one
on
of them right now.
unemployment?
I'm one of them right now. Yeah, I'm paid to sit here, and
So in the U.S., okay, get this, okay.
mhm.
You are subsidized to be a Twitch streamer right now by your government. In the
Yeah.
U.S., in the U.S., this is like uh, you have to
Oh,
be
trust
at
me,
a
it's been
very,
amazing.
very,
Great.
very
So many good streamers to watch suddenly.
like this is like like what's going on here. You like not someone who's on unemployment at that like someone it's nowhere equal. Like there's no like you can't someone who's really in the straits of just got laid off, fired from their job is not gonna have the time or the resources to do something like this. It's just their concerns are way. They
Oh
don't know
yeah,
how to get
for sure.
food.
But
That
like people are like, well, I have about 2 months of when saved up, and let's see if it goes anywhere.
yeah, I'm really concerned because um I'm the things for me in my situation. Like I'm fortunate to have my family have worked and they worked hard to get larger estates than some families. Some families live in, apartment complexes in the middle of the city, or like they have to, you know, scramble for money. And so
Oh yeah,
mom,
I could
multi-generational.
stuck in like a studio or a one bed apartment to be just hell on earth.
Yeah. I mean, there's some families that are multi-generational that, have studio apartments, multiple, generations of the family living in one unit, because they don't have a 4 bedroom house, 3 bath, a pool out back, those sorts of amenities in the US, and the people who are in that situation, um, there are a lot of people living on the streets and in these, big areas. And for me, I've been fortunate, only one time in my life have I really had been in a struggling where I didn't, I was doing it on my own, and I wasn't, living with family or at the university, you know, trying to make this whole economy in the U.S. work for myself. But I know I'm very aware of people in America that are suffering in that regard. But in Denmark, they clearly have the social systems to for 500,000 people, right? Or is
Yeah.
there's enough housing? There's enough housing for everyone, I assume. Nobody's living on the
Oh no,
streets.
I mean the only people out homeless are the ones that chose to be it.
They
And
only
that's not
they
like a
chose
way
to
of
be it.
saying they didn't work for it. No, they legitimately just chose that they wanted the homeless life. They liked it.
Hmm. Because there's pretty much social systems to, you know,
Oh
I
yeah,
guess
if they
in
wanted,
America they
if
call
they
them.
wanted to, we could totally just cover them up for like the 3 months. It would probably take them to, shave, look good, get a suit, and then into an interview.
What um would it make sense? that or does this is this the way that it works? I mean, in the U.S. it sort of works this way, but our system is kind of corrupted and not corrupted. It just doesn't work like it should. In that,
It's a balance that's called that.
yeah, I was gonna say like because here that we've got projects. There, these are like these massive government-funded apartment complexes that people, if they're, it depends, like what they're if they've got mental illness, if they've got, if they come from a lower socioeconomic class, or if they come from like a um, historically historically underappreciated people, um, they can get access to government housing, and then that's subsidized by the government, and they kind of have the opportunity to work, but they obviously, like you said, they can choose to be homeless, or they can work, they can do a job, and then there's like a gap between that, which is someone's working but they suffer from disability, or there's kind of like an issue with their ability to perform like a general job. They kind of have there's kind of a cushion, and this is where things start to get kind of like the systems aren't exactly perfect, where they can apply for something called Section 8, which is a voucher that allows them to spend money towards like housing, like an apartment, a traditional apartment. But in that case, you kind of have to have a credit score, um,
Oh, we don't do
and all
credit
of these
score.
other different. Yeah, see, we have a credit score,
We
and
have
that credit score is
RKI, which is our system. Basically, if you are in debt, let's say you didn't forget, because they will definitely tell you, but you didn't pay your phone bill for 6 months, you might end up in RKI, which means that future banks and stuff like that can see that in this year you went into this RKI. Tell us why before we even consider taking your loan.
hmm
So it's
yeah,
crippling. It will last around 5 to 7 years before you will go back to, like, I don't need to tell banks why I want a loan anymore.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, the system here, you know, it doesn't that like if 500,000 sounds like just amazing. 22 million is I don't know what we're gonna do. Like it's creeping up there. Like, and that's only documented. 22 million unemployed in the U.S. I suspect I see the number probably with undocumented people, documented people, probably in the 100 to 200 number. There's like I think 365 million in America.
I think that's less than that, but I think a lot of people are put off. They aren't fired, but they're not working. Like the
Oh, laid
job has
off. Yeah, yeah,
temporarily shut down.
yeah. That's definitely in that
And
metric.
it's stuck in
But
like a
there's
limbo
just
of
already
I'm
so many
fired, but
people.
I'm not fired.
Yeah, I think it may not be as high as I think it is. I'm definitely I'm on the radical side of the number because I obviously I don't want people to go hungry. Um, that's not something I want people to deal with. The housing situation, it's I mean, I know some people who've been nomads and lived in lived in cars and converted cars into living situations and done urban camping. So I know that it's just with any sort of effort, people can manage. The trouble is that a lot of people are lazy. So I count that number being quite high.
Yeah.
And people don't want to put in the work. They don't want to do that. Why would you do that? You know, I'm only joking, but It's I'm very entrepreneurial for myself in that regard, and so while the social systems, I'm out there trying to make sure that people who are worse off than me and not you know trying to build a little business for themselves or find themselves in employment or something like that, that they're taken care of as well. Lazy people are lazy people, but they got to eat too. Um, it's really tough. Thinking about 22 million people is vastly. I think that management of 500,000 doesn't seem too bad for you guys.
Well, you have to consider the total population too.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that 500,000, like you said, they how many of that 500,000 do you think is like dealing with housing
Dealing with
issues?
housing, about half of them right now, probably.
Two
But
250,000
the
people.
yeah, but the government is sitting in and like basically taking half of the hit when it comes to the rent of the people that just can't. You have to, of course, be active and actually go to the local regional office for the government and say, I can't pay before they will do anything. If you don't do that, they don't consider you to be in danger at all because you're too lazy to even ask for help. So
Yeah.
that I mean, if you
What
can't even ask for help, that's your own fault. That's your own downfall.
in Denmark? How educated do you need to be to find those resources?
To find a work at
No,
all,
like to
or
find the right to find the right
oh,
departments.
just go down there. It's just a simple office. It's not like
It's
in,
one
in the
place.
US where it's like 15 offices in a block. No, it's a one office, and you just go up to the desk and you say, "I need this done," and they say, "Okay, we will schedule a meeting for you."
Is are they online
Oh, the meetings.
systems?
The
I, like
desk
I
person is
housing,
always
food.
there. Even during COVID, the desk person is there, uh, fully clothed up, of course, but they are there because they're people. Some people are still too boomer to even figure out what a phone is, so they can't even call the person.
Whoa. Oh man, that sounds crazy. Yeah. Here, I think they've pretty much all gone online. Um,
Oh yeah, I
so you would
know.
have to have access to the internet.
It's a hell to get a work visa in the US. Did you know that? Whew. The lengthy calls I had with those people.
What was that like? Yeah, tell me about that. I don't know anything about it.
Oh, it was hell. So it started out at 8 in the morning because if you called later than 9, you would be waiting in line until all the way until 3 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and when you finally got to the person, you had to call in 3 times because you would get different answers every time. Even though you're asking the exact same question to the exact same person, you will get a different answer of which formula they want you to fill out in order to possibly get it. And after you have done all that and you find the right formula, you have to mail it off instead of email it. You have to mail it to Austin, Texas. And it can take anywhere from a month before they respond. And meanwhile, you're just sitting there without. I had like 3 jobs lined up. I just needed the work visa to be able to like get an income right before they depart my ass for having a job without a work visa. And I just saw my money burn, 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 burn as I just wait for them to write back. And then when they finally did, they rejected me because my Mastercard was declined because they didn't understand that it was on a Mastercard and they tried to charge like a Visa. So we had to go through the whole process again and then state in the note, it's a Mastercard. Please charge accordingly before they actually charged it correctly for my upgrade to a work visa. So that was hell. That took 2 months. It should have taken 20 minutes.
Wow.
and that was in
Dude,
late
it's
2018.
that's so interesting. You, I have everything. There's nothing I don't. Yeah, it's uh I don't know how to. I wouldn't even know how. I mean, I've researched pretty in. I mean, pretty straightforward, like what it takes to go to other countries. Um,
Oh
international
yeah, like
passports, all of that
getting into
stuff.
the country is easy enough. Getting permission to work there and pay tax and stuff like that. That's the painkiller.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's really interesting. It's about to be a really strange time because this is the way that it's gonna work uh, for the citizens. Um, they're going to be distributing unless you have valid banking in the U.S. They're going to be distributing these preloaded Visa cards. So these preloaded Visa cards will be the way that people get the government assistance.
Sounds a lot like gift cards to me. Here's your gift card to the local butcher. Have a good trip.
And these cards are called reliable cards.
Kid's first credit card. Mom puts $1,000 on it and says, "Go spend it, honey."
Yeah, these. I mean, this is just very similar to the way that the unemployment office
I
works
would love if those cards
already.
wasn't debit based and you could overdraw them and just like keep swiping.
I don't know. I don't know, and I think that the alternative proposals, um, because they're gonna have to come to a medium, they're gonna have to come to like a middle ground as to what will really happen. Because they've got these different avenues. They've got the $2,000 per month. Then they have this $1,000 per month program, and then you have, of course, unemployment. And so they're gonna have to figure out how to
When people switch phases.
essentially get it to work. Well, no, there's not going to be a switching the phases because there's going to be socioeconomic classes. So there's going to be those folks who were working a $1 million job or owned a business, a massive bit or not a massive business, but a business that becomes obsolete, like AI, 5G technology has put them out of business. For instance, um, right now, the mail, the U.S. Post Office is really struggling because email, phones, all of these things that traditional mail systems are kind of
Yeah, what
becoming
they
obsolete.
will need to do is just invest as much as they can into handling packages and handling them well. And then
Yeah, I mean
down the road, in
that's
a couple of years.
UPS.
Yeah. See, the bad thing about UPS, are you ready for this? UPS is not very popular in Denmark for one reason.
Why is that?
UPS, when spoken as you would in Danish, means whoops.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Or, yeah,
accidents.
you don't want to have a company called
You don't want
whoops.
to have accidents.
Ship
No.
your package. I'm going to ship it with whoopsie. That'll be great company.
Do you have?
So, no,
I'm assuming you don't. You don't have FedEx.
no, FedEx and uh, what's the other one called?
DSL.
Yeah, DSL we have, but USPS, I think it's called. Yeah, USPS. We don't have that either.
Yeah, that's our.
Um,
Yeah, no.
we have Bring and we have GLS, and we have our own local, like
Oh yeah.
Scandinavian based stuff. That's it.
Yeah, I think GLS is here, but it's primarily like business to business.
Yeah, GLS is huge in Europe. It's the main way of bringing products home.
Maybe it's there's a
Oh, but GLS is also
maybe
a
it's not.
business class. They also have a business
Yeah, we
class.
have
So
business. We have another uh sh- yeah, business class shipping parcel service um here, but I can't remember what it's called. Um it's new. It's newer because DSL, UPS, FedEx, they're all big business here.
oh yeah, they've all been around since like, at
Business.
least the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's ironic that the post office is going to be, they're the ones asking for additional funding because they're like pseudo funded by our government, and they're the ones that are going to be distributing. Well, there's this argument that they're not going to be the ones that distribute these reliable cards. You know, the reliable card is going to come through USPS, United States Postal Service, or they're going to be like these hubs, where you go and you pick up your card. And there's have you ever seen this movie with Justin Timberlake, um, where I think it's called Time, or it might called the movie might be called Time, where you've got
Yeah,
this
you have the witch
digital
thing.
clock on your wrist,
Yep.
and
Which is
when
the
you
movie.
whenever you lose all the time, you just die. You know, it's dude, it's this some of this stuff is straight out of science fiction movies. You know, um, dystopian reality type stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I
It,
think that. So when you were here, working on a work visa, what job did you have? The
I
cashier
was
job?
feeder
You were what?
lighting guy at the local theater.
Oh, okay, gotcha. In
So
Arizona, right?
yeah, up in Little Prescott
Gotcha. And so like a movie theater or like a stage?
stage, just a
Oh, okay. So
local theater where a lot of the students were learning it and stuff like that. And apparently, just a random kid who just graduated from like middle of the road, like halfway high school, halfway college, just yeah, I can teach you how to do that. Come on in.
so
So that was
that was the job that you got?
yeah. I had a my friend already worked there, so he was like, I could probably vouch for him. And then they just went, okay. I had a job within the first 4 hours of getting to the country.
What and was this the person you said that was a Twitch house?
Yeah. No, no, not a Twitch house, but it was just a friend I met on Twitch like in 2014. He was streaming,
Oh, okay.
and we just bonded over Discord and stuff like that. And I um, I suddenly went, I have time. You have a free couch. Let's hang.
Yeah, that's really cool. And you what um what did he continue to stream, or was he just
Oh, we continue to stream. Yeah,
he's still streaming?
I
And
still
you
stream.
are
Yeah.
you streaming too?
Not currently. I don't want to do it from here. There's a lot of space, but I'm considering it starting it up when I'm moving out to my own place where I have a
Okay,
little bit
gotcha.
more control of what's going on behind me and all that.
Are you living with family?
Right now, yes. Um,
Oh, okay,
it's the
gotcha.
easiest thing to do as you're saving up for moving out and all that. It's an expensive world, Denmark. It's not easy.
Yeah, I mean we're talking, and I found so many similarities in even though it's a little different, the systems are a little different. Um,
I mean, I am in a loft for starters. There's
yeah.
a loft. So,
Is how many bedrooms in the house?
uh, three currently. It's a farmhouse, and we kind of build it up from scratch.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Like some, that's a what would you call that? What would you call other places along the farm where the animals are kept? Barn, I
Barn,
guess.
barn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a barn made of mostly concrete and World War II rails, like straight up rails that stays along the side, property of Germany. They just
That's
yoinked them
interesting.
from the Germans as they laid rails.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's so in many ways, like it's like you live in Denmark. My family is Danish, of heritage, but now obviously I'm American. It's like I don't, in no way
You just had to say
associated
that
with
so
Europe.
the
I'm just
FDA didn't get after you.
yeah, yeah, yeah. True, true, true. Um, but yeah, my brother, my mom, my brother hasn't. He's in his second year. I want to say second year of university. Reminds me a lot of your story. He's a bit younger than you actually. He's 19 years old. But very similar. I live with my grandparent, and he lives with my mom and my stepdad, and then but they live on like a farm similar, but they're like they're buying the land and then building a house. So they're living in a module right now, and yeah, it's the world in general is just changing so much. And we're talking about technology, like traditional stuff, traditional technologies. Yeah, it's you still have to kind of adopt some of those things, at least in this reality, right? Um,
Yeah.
but it'd be interesting, like I was just talking with my grandmother about these houses that you can buy. They get shipped in, they unfold, and
Oh yeah, they're basically just the four walls, so just fold up and click and then done.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But like she was telling me that you can only get them manufactured in China, so you can't get one right now.
Oh, you can easily get one from Germany. They make tons of them in
I was
Germany.
gonna say I'm gonna have to order one, but I'm not sure what
Right.
the cost is. I have no idea. Like what? I haven't really put any much research into it.
$7,000, $8,000 per wall, I believe. Something like that. I mean, in
I
total,
can't
you're gonna
imagine what
run
the
up.
cost to ship.
It's actually pretty cheap. If you can wait for it, it's cheap because
To the
it's
U.S.
folded. Yeah, it's folded. It's not gonna take up a lot. It's just a single container on a
Mhm.
container ship. It's not gonna cost you much more than $200-300.
Right. Yeah. Well, then I get it shipped from
So
I
it's
mean,
gonna
there's
take
so
like
many different
45,
things
60
that go into
days.
that.
But I mean, you're not in a hurry, right?
No, not
You
really.
don't need an
In
airdrop
this
on you.
like in this economy right now, um, with what I'm thinking is that I've been looking at different options of places to go and live. I just really don't know what to do. Like you there's like the opportunity to go and live in like a lake house or I mean not a lake house, a boat house. There's the opportunity to go, build one of those type of houses. There's like the traditional route. There's just so much stuff going on, and it's really, it's really difficult to make a decision here. You know?
Oh yeah. I mean, currently I'm a fan of the renting part, not because oh, renting is so cheap, because no, renting is very expensive. But you have that opportunity
Hmm.
to, within a month, just say, hey, I want to move, and then hop, 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 hop. You're not bound to a place because your mortgage is gonna end in 30 years.
Yeah, yeah. Well, um, yeah. Here, the renting thing. I don't know if it's the same. Renting a place. It's just as complex, and figuring out the right place to go rent. A lot, I've got a friend that has kind of figured it out. He's doing gig economy work, um, and he's able to rent like a room, like a house, somebody who already has a house. Rent and
Oh
have
yeah, I
roommates.
mean,
Really, really simple.
a lot of people are like, I have a large house, I don't need this house. I'll just turn this section of the house into a small apartment and then rent it out.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Often
think that
without
that.
telling the tax informers, because I can make more money. That's what usually happens.
Yeah, I think. Well, the whole Airbnb thing can get pretty expensive if that's the route that people go. But some folks are
I
just
mean, I don't think it's
they
gonna be
just do it that way.
Airbnb, but I think a lot of people are like, yo, if you pay like 70% of my mortgage a month, you can live here.
Yeah, cash deals. Cash deals are the better route for everyone else, for everybody's purposes. Um,
Yeah.
so some houses, they call multifamily housing versus single family housing. So that's where things get funny. The best thing I've heard is when a woman owns the house. She can have obviously as many men as she wants in the house. You know, that's that's the funny part because all of them could be her boyfriend. But if you're a man and you own the house, then it's just it's one of those situations where it's illegal to have more than one you know um, woman in the U.S.
Just say you can't speak English and then call it harem.
All right, 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 right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
convince them that it's a harem.
There's just I seen so many different ways people like get through these little tax situations, but I
There's
think
a
that
lot of those because people wrote the tax like general rules like 40 years ago, and there's so many loopholes now.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, but do you ever see yourself coming back to the U.S. and working?
I have definitely been thinking about it. There was a few things that the US really sucked about, especially insurance, because I'm used to free healthcare, so I had to find a really good outside of the US insurance, and holy fuck, it
Hmm.
was expensive. I think I paid close to like
Really?
2,000. Yeah, I paid definitely $2,000 a year, but it was good coverage.
You wait a second. $2,000 a year? That's nothing.
That's expensive for me. 2,000 a
Oh
year,
my
that's expensive.
gosh. Oh
I
man,
mean, right now
our
I
insurance is
pay
like $400 a month.
15 bucks a month for dental insurance. That's all you have to pay for in Denmark. That's
Oh,
dental.
dental. Yeah, yeah.
That's the
Here,
only thing
health
I pay
insurance
for.
is expensive. It's like $400 a month, easy.
Yeah,
That or less, unless for some reason you're able to get on your parents, your parents' insurance, then it could be less here.
they don't have insurance. They only have dental insurance. So what I had to do was pay through the European Union.
Wait, so the European Union gave you insurance?
Yeah, European
Hmm.
travel insurance covers US insurance if you pay enough, and it's a pretty good
Hmm.
coverage. I think it ended up being like $130 Whatever happened, I only had to pay $130. Broke a leg, need an ambulance,
Yeah,
$100.
there's I'm thinking now. I'm thinking back, and I'm think there are systems for Americans to pay less for insurance. Um, but the traditional healthcare system that was in, well, what was the Obamacare was like $400 per month, basically, and that's not even the best coverage. That's coverage to go see the ER, but you have to hit a premium. Like I don't even want to get in. Like it's a nightmare. But in Denmark, I imagine you know. So if you feel like you've got a cold, which I'm assuming your healthcare is pretty good, you don't ever experience a cold. You walk into the
I experience colds a lot. Yeah, it's normal. I mean, vaccines for colds, for instance, they are not mandatory.
yeah. So what would you do if you got sick? What would you do?
Uh, I'd call not the ER because it's not the same here. I would call the night doctor and just say I'll
Hmm.
be at the hospital in 25 minutes. Or if I'm really sick, pick me up.
Okay. And when you get there, how much do they charge you?
Then nothing.
Say it
I
again.
might
No.
get charged extra at the snack dispenser, but that's it.
Let me tell you about an experience that I had, and you can feel really bad about this. I mean, not don't feel too bad, but this is a horrible situation. For me, it wasn't that bad, but I had this experience where I decided I was going to go out on my own. Not going to go live with family. I was going to go and do my own thing, trying to make it in this dog eat dog world. And I had some roommates and whatnot. This was I was in the music industry for a little bit, sort of. I was like trying to get this musician to start Twitch streaming, anyway, or hip hop artist. And I actually went there and I couch surfed with this guy. Um, Unfortunately, there was another person there. Not unfortunate. Oh, it's unfortunate now. This person started to experience. Unfortunately, I don't want to get too much into what his demographic was or anything like that, but he started experiencing heart problems. He started experiencing a lot of delusional thinking, and so were the other folks living there. But I had at one night that he was experiencing extreme heart problems, like he was feeling like he was having a heart attack or some sort of thing. He was clenching. It was really really horrible. Anyway, I took him to the hospital, and they turned him away, essentially, after giving him a $2,000 bill for an ER visit, and he died shortly later. That's how bad it is.
I when I lived there, we had an elder woman who felt ill, and instead of calling an
Mm.
ambulance, she called it Uber, and it's just crazy to me. You need what is it, $5,000-6,000 to take a trip in the boop, 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 boop bus? What the fuck is going on? $5,000-6,000 to go a trip in the bus, and I'm like, I would be fucking dead. I'm chronically ill. I would have been left on the street as a child and just to die. I think I've been to the hospital 50, 60 times in my life. I would have just been left to die on the street.
That isn't this wild. I mean, it. This is just one personal experience that I've had where the healthcare system in America just kind of, was well, broken. And I went and I was having a little bit of a whole. It was given. I was a little bit depressed because of the whole thing, and I didn't know
Understandable.
how to help the person, but He ended up passing away from a whole nother issue, but I'm sure I'm very certain this contributed to it, and I feel bad because the hospital that I took him to was a faith based organization, but I live in Texas and he was African American, so I didn't want to but uh, it's things are not as good as it as the public or the want to make it out to be, but
Oh yeah,
um
I know. I've been there.
yeah,
I know
it's a tough
just
one.
by just lightly colored Mexicans will get yelled at from across the street.
Yeah, Hispanic folk get
Down in
hard.
Prescott, it's terrible.
Yeah, I
Like the
mean,
first
I'm just a little
real
bit concerned.
way where I said, "Holy shit, you're racist," but it's like instinctive racism. Was when my friend and me we went to Nevada, Vegas to be
Hmm.
exact, and every time we were at red light and he saw a black person, lock the car, and I was just like, but apparently that's normal, and I'm like, how do you find this normal? You have a handgun in your glove compartment and you're locking your doors over and over. It's so weird.
Yeah, I think uh, I think the reason why people are afraid because they just don't get out. They don't get out, and this is even worse. This is even worse.
I think it too. I think like it's people not being exposed that just because this person might not look like you, it doesn't mean they don't have a fucking heart.
Right.
We are so used to
That
having immigrants here. It's lovely. We
they could
have
have mental illness, which is a valid reason, but
oh yeah, sure.
it's
But
hard to
like
differentiate.
would would you instantly classify a person as he's walking down the street as, oh, he probably has a mental illness, I better lock my door?
I know. Well, I mean, in the U.S., it's a little bit, a little bit more distinctive as to who is suffering from
Oh
intentional
yeah,
homelessness
because
to people who are.
you're skipping the pills because they're expensive.
That's terrible. That is that is that's terrible. But there are systems. There are systems like you mentioned, like that are there. There's also a lot of classifications that folks get labeled this or that uh, based off of just a lack of understanding of medical practitionering. We got a lot of bad doctors. Because there's so much money to be made in the healthcare industry here. Uh, a lot of nefarious, people out here trying to sell medication so that they label people um, with diseases, and they get back end on the medication. So when certain illnesses go up, they get a better commission off of whatever money that or whatever prescription that they write. So I mean, it's so terrible. I mean, the big pharma, it's massive. Uh,
It's so odd.
yeah,
There's no big pharma in Denmark. It's really strange.
yeah. I think that
Pharmacies in Denmark are
I think
private.
people would be
So weird.
the pharmacies are privatized in Denmark.
Oh yeah. I mean they get um, government funding just to make their prices lower for the general
Hmm.
consumer. But other than that, like you own the business.
So when you go to get like a medication, um, let's say what would you let's say you get a cold, um,
Yeah, and I go grab ibuprofen.
You need some antibiotics. Well, ibuprofen
Antibiotics
is
for
not
cold.
prescription.
No, that doesn't work. The cold is a virus. Antibiotics wouldn't work.
No, I mean, okay, let's say the flu, and you go to the go to the physician or go to the physician. You get a prescription. You take it to the. Do you take prescriptions to the pharmacy or how does that work?
Yeah, you take possession to the pharmacy. They will make
Okay,
it
so now
cheaper
you. How much does it cost?
for what, like a small bottle of ibuprofen or something like that.
No, no, no.
Give me a product. I can
Like
probably look it up.
amoxicillin, like a like amoxicillin, which is like
Moxicillin.
an antibiotic.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
antibiotic. That would be free because the doctor would only prescribe it if you really need it. They are trying not to use it because of the potential superbug thingy. So if you actually prescribed it, it's free.
How much? Okay, so what prescription medications cost additional money?
Oh, headache pills, some morphine if you need that.
So over the counter.
More or less over the counter. Yeah. Anything that's like,
But
for
like
instance,
if you
let's
needed,
say what?
if you broke your arm,
Yeah,
okay, and you needed Vicodin
yeah.
or some sort of hydrocodone, how much would that cost?
Off the top of my head, probably $40.
So so um, prescription medication is not covered, but treatment is.
Yeah. So like if it's, let's say, oh, I can't really sleep as well these nights, doctor, you might get a prescription for sleeping drugs, but it wouldn't cover it. But if you're like, if I don't get this, I might die, then it's suddenly it's covered. But if it's like more of a, it's an issue, but I won't die, it's not covered. But it's not expensive.
So
Like
like
the most expensive
so
drug
if you
I've ever
can't.
found was a bottle of 500 of ibuprofen, which was around $100. 500 pills of ibuprofen.
Oh, right.
That's like
So
a
something
huge.
like so you were talking about if you suffer from insomnia, then you might get a prescription for Ambien. That would cost you.
Yeah, that would probably cost you like $20 for 30 days of usage.
What about if you suffer from like asthma
Asthma, that'll
and
probably
you need
cost you
some IB?
130 Danish. That's 22 bucks a month. Is what I'm usually heard people are charged for like their asthma medication.
Inhalers.
Yeah, it's it's around $120 Danish. So that's, yeah, 22 dollars for like
Hmm.
a month or two.
Right.
And then of course, they can buy extra if they need to go travel or something like that.
Yeah. I. It's different. It's way different. You
Same with,
know.
for instance, I use contacts in the daytime. I pay $15 for 30-day contacts.
Oh Lord Jesus. No.
Is that way cheaper,
That's
way more expensive?
way cheaper. Like I think when I was wearing contacts because I wear glasses, but my vision's not terrible. Um, Contacts were like $400 a month. Oh no, that's not right. No, $400 like for 3 months supply, I think.
Were they 1 day or 30 day though?
One day.
Okay, mine a 30 day, so it's a little easier for me.
30 day, 30
It's
day.
it's a harder
But it
it's a
was
harder shell. So I just pull them out and put them in water, not water, like that
yeah.
solution, and then I put the same one in the day after for the 30 days.
Let me think
The
about it
hardcore
again
users, they
because I
fucking
had.
just put that fucking solution right into the eye socket. They don't want to pull it out.
Let me think. I had both. I've had both in my life. Have you had both? Both 1 day and 30
No, I
day.
haven't had 1 day before, but I know 1 day dry out more faster.
Yeah, I've had both. The one the one day it was, I think it was more expensive, but the 30-day ones, I think I paid like, I think we had when I had the certain visual, um I had insurance with the military before, um the optical, and with that military insurance it came to like I think like $125 per eye per prescription, because it was two different prescriptions. So because I had astigmatism in one eye, and anyway, um, now I just wear glasses. It's too much to deal with. I got lazy. I was like, glasses is much easier. Um, though, but now I'm thinking about going to like one of those subscription based ones, like the Hubble. Have you heard of Hubble before?
Nope,
Yeah,
sadly not.
so now there's like subscription private companies that make their contacts. There's like Hubble. There's that's just the brand that I recognize in my head the most. But there's different ones. And they send you out a 30-day supply for like somewhere like under $200 or something like that, and it's like subscription per month, so not a big deal. But $15 per month, that's a
Yeah,
pretty that's really inexpensive.
and then every 2 years, if you carry a contact subscription, you get cheaper glasses.
Ah,
So I got these.
that
They
makes
aren't
sense.
designed or anything like that. You can probably tell, but I think I got these for like 150.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. What about like gym memberships? You get free gym memberships?
Oh no, but they're pretty cheap. Um, I think the most popular one we have is probably Fitness, which is a strange name, but I think it's like convert.
$10 a month.
No more.
35 for a black card.
What's a black card? Special card, something like
So
that.
I think that Planet Fitness is the corporation. We have them around here. It's like $10 a month for like the one facility. And then if you want um, if you want to go to multiple locations, it's $35 per month called a black card, and it gets you into
Oh,
every single location.
around 40 here for our monthly ship. I
Oh,
don't
that
know
makes
if
sense.
it's
About the same.
special or anything like that. I don't think it's special or anything like that. Just 40.
It probably allows you to go to any U.S. Planet Fitness. Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, they are gyms are not very prominent here, so you're probably just gonna go to the same one every time.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have a it, the gym situation uh for us is that we have our our local gym. It's just like it's a multi facility. Like it's got a pool. It's got the aerobic center. It's got all of these different things. Like it's called a recreation center, and it's got pretty much anything, racquetball court, all of that. Um, but that's like $35 a month if you're a resident of the town, and then but I go to I recently started going to a powerlifting gym. It's about $48 a month. Um, it's like a whole lot more equipment for like lifting and aerobics, and there's like a multi-purpose room. It's more focused on weightlifting. Um, that's the gym that I go to. But there are different options here, like
We don't have
a
any
variety of different
options.
options.
I think we have one or two maybe that will compete in price until they just realize we could set our price is pretty high, whatever.
Hmm. I
because
think that
the people that go will pay whatever.
yeah. But you guys, you like you talked about this earlier. You do a lot of biking.
Oh yeah,
You ride a lot of
like we
bikes.
are a bike society. I think in general in every city you'll see more bikes than cars.
Yeah, yeah. Riding bikes is fun too. Um, there's a whole lot of where I live. There's no bike lanes or anything like that. So it's all mountain biking. Um, so you gotta be you gotta be pretty fit to bike around where I live. Obviously where you live is like are like you're out in the countryside.
Elevations are not existent in Denmark, not compared to the US. We go from
Right.
negative 50 feet under sea level to around 600. That's about it.
It's all flatland.
Yeah, so I was hit hard when I went to Prescott, which is at 5,500. I did not like that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
5,500 feet? No, thank you. That was
You
hell.
just ride. Did you ride a bike while you were here?
Oh yeah, I had
Hmm.
to. I wanted to. I wanted to keep in shape, for God's sake. But holy hell, it was a struggle.
Yeah. So
I mean, when you suddenly serve your Pop Tarts and whatnot, I'm sure to gain weight. I did gain weight, even though I buy every day.
oh
Mainly,
man,
mostly
that's fun.
because of Pop Tarts, but more because my friend was like, "Let's go to Sonic's. Let's go to Olive Garden. Let's go to Cracker Barrel."
Yeah, that makes sense. So that's the American diet.
Yeah, it took me goddamn 2 weeks to figure out root beer wasn't beer. It
Oh yeah,
was
root
only when
beer
I
is
found
not beer. That
8-year-old kid
is
one up and then grabbed root beer that I was like, okay, that's a beer.
yeah. More recently, they kind of figured out how to solve that. They've got something called Old Man's Root Beer. Did you get a chance to taste that?
Yep.
They have it there, I imagine, right?
Yeah, in the Cracker Barrel store or whatever it's called, like the little Venom shit they have in the front.
No, no, no. In Denmark, they have Old Man's Root Beer, the bottled company.
They do? I haven't found
It's
that.
the liquor, the beer, Old Man's Root Beer.
No clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an alcohol like root beer, Old Man's Root Beer. Um, yeah, just it's interesting. Um, I think that do you like to travel?
A lot, yeah. And I get a lot
So
of
how many
opportunities to it.
how much have you traveled in Europe?
So far, I've been to every city in Denmark, um, Norway, Sweden, London, specific in England, Germany, Belgium, France, Holland, Italy, Spain, Arizona, Nevada. I don't think I missed anyone there.
Mm-hmm. Um,
And I mean, most of those places you can bike there actually in a couple of days. I mean, I can start biking now. It's currently over 35, so like 35 minutes past PM. No, AM. And I can probably get there before the sun rises up, like in Germany.
when you when you travel, do you stay at like hostels or where do you stay?
Usually I'm a cheap, so I stay at backpackers. All I need is a
Is that the
bed and
same?
a shower. No, it's cheaper
Is
than a
that the same
hostel
thing as a
is.
hostel?
No, it's even
Oh,
cheaper than that. It's usually around $20 a night, and there's a bed. There might be a breakfast menu, and there might be a shower.
hmm. Have you ever thought about going to the Middle East or like Asia or Africa?
Asia, I have. Middle East, no, that's a little too much. little too much Middle Eastern Spring down there from my taste. If you know what I mean.
Uh,
Middle Eastern Spring
um,
gets crazy.
ha ha ha. I think for me, I know folks like to go to UAE or Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or obviously the whole bomb thing is a little bit fun, not for me, but but there's some countries that I just like to see, like Mongolia.
Oh,
My
yeah,
stepdad's
there are
been
lots
there.
of beautiful countries down there for sure, but it's
Yeah,
currently a little heated. It's a little
a
too
little
heated for
bit.
me to go there. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
The worst part
I
is,
think I'd like.
um, you know that the terrorist group starts with an I, ends with an S.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's a Danish company named that made sugar-free ice for for people who
Yeah, yeah,
were
yeah.
diabetic, and they had to change their name. I find it a little funny.
Yeah. No, like that's interesting because they took the goddess or the whole the whole name of Isis, the female goddess, and then turned it
Yeah,
into kind of unfortunate. But um, eventually it'll be, everywhere will be somewhere you could go. You can go anywhere eventually. Just people need to
eventually.
be more open minded.
I
Um,
mean, hopefully, with the internet and that generation growing up with it, we'll slowly phase out the whole close-minded society, or maybe we create an even stronger one that believes in flat Earth on Discord. I don't know. No, I'm serious.
I mean,
Flat Earth.
it's all there.
They have a Discord server and it's hilarious.
Oh man. Oh man. Um, yeah, it's just gonna have to get to the point at which everything's accessible to everyone, and that's a long distance. It's a long way till everybody can comprehend it, and you know, I think the next step for everyone is to just at least live their lives happy, and I would like to see that people are just happy. That's the only thing. A lot of people are suffering from all kinds of stuff,
Yeah.
but it's not it's not linear in that regard, but bilinear maybe one day. Uh, I would like to go to Asia. Maybe I think I've tossed the idea of Korea, Japan. I don't really care about China that much. Um, there's nothing in China that I really want to see. I mean, actually, maybe Hong Kong. And Shanghai, I've seen movies and stuff like that. So there's certain sort of places that would be interesting. Shaolin temples, that'd be interesting. Um, India, I'm kind of hit or miss on India. Like
India is
I don't
interesting.
know. India is an interesting place.
India is very interesting
Um,
because they're growing so fast that the way they've hooked up the internet is legitimately they have just wires going from house to house out along with the what would you call that, the clothes drying line you'd hang your
yeah,
clothes on. Just along that goes a fiber wire into the next neighbor
yep,
house. It's crazy to look at, but it works somehow.
yeah. No cable management in India.
Nah, they don't have time for it. It's growing too fast.
Yeah, India and then Thailand. Um, people are trying to sell me on the idea of Thailand, but I haven't really figured that one out yet.
It's a
I'd
very
probably go to Thailand at some point.
because it's a culture shock because you'll sort of find out that wow, some workers here are really on trying to lick my boot here, and it's not a pleasant experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I might never leave the U.S. I mean, I've been on cruise ships and stuff like that, which are interesting. You get to go to other
I mean,
U.S. territories where it's just about the same.
2/3 of you don't even have passports, so you can't even leave the US even if you wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Getting a passport is a bit of you have to go and get a passport. It's not like automatic, you know. Being a U.S. citizen, you
Yeah,
don't automatically
it's
get a
normal. I
passport.
mean, they had to go take your fingerprints.
Yep,
You guys are really
I had to
protective
do
about
that.
your fingerprints, by the way. All other places I ever visited, except the US, only one of my fingers. You guys, you had a thermal and he just went, hand please. So you guys have prints of both my hands in your system. Congrats. You have my feet too, for some reason.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know why you wanted my feet. You thinking I'm gonna go do a robbery barefoot?
Who knows? Uh, it's it's a weird place. Who knows? Um, I think the next thing to figure out is how we're gonna get folks more health care. Like that's the
Honestly,
thing.
I think it's gonna be a toss up between systems. I don't think we can ever have like a Earth government because I think people are gonna disagree too much to have that one. So I think we're all gonna have a toss up between different systems.
Well, if they can figure out the whole Bigfoot thing and the whole all of that stuff, maybe if they can find Bigfoot, maybe if they can find the Loch Ness monster, maybe if they could find the chupacabra, and they get all of these people on a board, um, and that board decides to get the world healthcare. If they can get all of mythical creatures together and and maybe they can figure it out, you know, because humans, nah, can't seem to put two and two together that you know, people should stay alive.
No,
Um,
it's impressive sometimes how some people can go through the what is it 12, 13 years of like mandated school and not figure out how two and two goes together.
yeah.
You're considering like kind of like what were you doing during this time period of your life?
Yeah, I don't know what folks. There's just so many different ways that people can can live in the U.S. and overseas and everything like that. That you know, the challenge that government has is figuring out how to not be too constraining on people's desires to live their life the way that they want to live it, and um, giving people the opportunity to have that free will. Uh, but I mean, maybe that iteration of what we're doing right now won't get. You know, we talked about technology earlier. Maybe that won't be until we're experiencing that on a more regular basis that we have the at least the dopamine boost of the sense of control over our destiny, you know. But now everything's pretty much everything's pretty much carved out. Carved
Yeah.
out, at least you know, it's I'm fortunate, you're fortunate in the case that like you can get on the phone, crawl across halfway across the world, but not everybody has access to the internet. I think that's one thing that people will start. I think that's one democratic thing that people will will eventually realize is a utility, just like oil, water, and gas. And in some countries, maybe that'll become free internet. I think
Yeah. I mean, Korea is starting it.
Korea
South,
Korea is
not
very
north.
forward thinking.
Not north. South. To be fair.
Yeah, yeah. The Koreans. Yeah, it's interesting to compare Taiwan to Korea.
Yeah.
You know, because Taiwan is so highly their circuit board, their everything about them is so networked. It's but then Korea, they have a really good, really good, you know, broadcast system. Probably the best, of a country. But Denmark's pretty close because you can get like 5G is pretty widely available, right?
We
Or at
don't have
least
5G.
4G LTE.
4G is, yeah. 5G, no, not yet. It's not being installed yet.
It's not being installed yet.
No. There's no 5G phones really on the market in Denmark, so they don't bother installing it yet.
Huh. What what do you think what's 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 stopping what do you think is the free phone, free internet? What's next for Denmark?
What's next for Denmark? Probably just making the internet like a needed source. You need this to live. Human wide. That's what I'm looking for. Human wide. So like just
Right.
have a basic 5 up, 5 down plan. Whatever you're paying or not, 5 up, 5 down. That's your basic plan. If you own a house, you get 5 up, 5 down. Because I mean that's enough to have conversations with, for instance, work or something like that, and watch porn. So that's good too.
Do yeah, for sure. Uh do you think that is cellular? Do you get free cellular plans to make phone calls over like a I don't know, smartphone or something like that?
Nah, nah. So plans are still. It's still too early to say whether or not they would make that free, but I'm certain that they will make this free. By the way, we rarely call people. In US, it's very normal to text each other, and it's like, ew, you're not using an iPhone, so you're giving me what is it, green bubbles. And here we are just like, I don't care what fucking phone you use because we're all just gonna use Discord, Messenger. Some still use Skype, and we are using that to call each other and text each other. If I'm buying something off somebody online, I'm just adding them a messenger and then writing them about it. So
So,
I never send text.
yeah, I think this is the perfect time to ask this. So, what do you think about the portal system? Are you a Facebook user?
I'm a favorite user. I don't use Facebook in itself, but I use the under services, the portal system. It's interesting. Facebook wouldn't be the company I would use it with, but I would probably use it if it was like another company that made it. I'd probably use it.
So are you use Instagram or like
Yeah, I use
WhatsApp?
Not WhatsApp, but Messenger, and both of those are owned by
Messenger.
Facebook. Yeah, Facebook Messenger.
How do you use? So you have a Facebook account for Messenger?
Oh yeah, that's how it works.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Portal. Have you heard the news of what Portal is doing?
And no, I might not have actually.
So they just made it so that this whole new thing called Messenger Rooms, right? But the Portal system is going to be cross-platform across all Facebook family of apps. So if you're on Instagram, you'll be able to get into the portal. If you're on WhatsApp, you'll be able to get in the portal. But in addition to that, you don't have to be a Facebook user to get into the portal. You can the host of the portal, the host of the portal will be able to send out a invitational link, and you can go through Chrome or Safari or whatever app you have on your phone, whatever the Nokia. I don't know what type of phones, whatever type of phones, you know, um, and be able to access. So, um, for me, I'm like I'm a proponent of multi-platforming. I use Restream. Uh, Most likely the reason why I get shadow banned on a lot of things is because I'm about brand. So um, I can have a conversation and get a lot of listeners on my podcast. But as far as live streaming goes, they like to limit things, restrict things. But this new portal look is really interesting because I've had Facebook for a long time. I've had Twitter for a long time too. And kind of when Facebook gets into the webinar game, like they're about to do it with this messengers room, um, they kind of just eaten the whole industry again. Ate the whole live streaming industry like that.
But they
One
are.
bite,
Um,
one bite. So I don't know what Twitch is going to be like after
oh,
after the whole Facebook gaming
Facebook is
release.
not going to take over Twitch. Twitch has too much behind it now.
Uh,
I
no,
mean, even though
they
everybody
don't have the
has
hardware.
no, but Mixer has way better hardware than Twitch, but they can't get it. They can't get it together. They can't overtake Twitch. They're falling down again now. Mixer can do 4K 60 FPS streams. Twitch can't, but Twitch has the community.
Right. No, I think that the thing that's going to be the downfall of Twitch is the way that the purchasing, the fact that it was purchased by Amazon, and the fact that the development team for Twitch is is literally incomprehensible. Like they do not have the capability of marrying the hardware that they have. If they could marry the hardware, they'd be the biggest platform. But by the numbers in the flop of Google Stadia, you know, it's interesting. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I don't know yet. I definitely want to see what Portal can do. Because if they really push Portal like I think they're gonna push Portal, um, into the enterprise, if they're able to push it into the enterprise area, um, then they could knock it out of the park. I would just really like to see Twitch really, if they were gonna stay, if they can stay number one, at least in my book, they would need to figure out how to use Fire TV and really put it to the next level. Because right now
They,
the integrations are garbage.
I mean, I use Google. It's not Fire TV because Amazon again is not really here in Denmark. But I use a Chromecast on my TV, and I'm watching Twitch perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Um, but the immersion of Google Chrome is not that great. And
What do you
um,
mean?
so the integrations from Fire TV allow you to have a little bit better. Well, actually, this is where things can get a little bit kind of get a bit where like, oh, on the other hand it's like this, on the other hand it's like that. The Fire TV gamepad, I like it a little bit better than the Google Stadia. Um, the Bluetooth capabilities of the Fire TV, obviously better. Um, and the the onboard Wi-Fi chip in a Fire TV device is just hands down better than Google's Chrome.
Yeah,
It's just
but
faster.
when we're talking about streaming, like Twitch streaming, you don't.
Yes,
I mean, for
no,
watching,
consumer level. The Twitch streaming aspect, Google Stadia for streaming. I don't know if it's I don't
oh
know.
no
I've
no no
never
no no.
tested it. I
I
don't know.
mean like for casting something. For instance, on my phone, I would just log into the Twitch, log into the stream I'm
Yeah,
about to
but
watch,
then
click a button, and
yeah,
then it's on my TV, and I can chat on my phone.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm a bit
I
of an
wouldn't go farther than
audiophile. So visually, yeah, visually, I have the Google Chrome for that as well. But I don't like to have two devices, and I think that if Twitch is owned by Amazon, they should definitely emphasize the casting feature inside of their family of devices.
that. Oh
But that's where
yeah,
I'm thinking like,
but like, who would want a chat on the TV? I don't think a lot of people would.
what do you mean?
Who would want to be able to chat to the streamer on the TV? I don't think a lot of people would. You have already people smashing the TVs because they have to with a little fucking joystick on the shitty remote and then try and log into their Netflix, and it's like taking them 10 minutes to type in that damn password. You would never want to chat with a Twitch streamer doing that.
Again, Bluetooth capabilities. So I mean,
I mean, yeah, connect an external keyboard,
yeah.
but like, what's the difference really of just having a phone? I
Well, I
don't
mean, Fire
see
TV app
where
is there
you're.
too. So I mean, it can it's simple. It all functions within the same
I
ecosystem.
think,
The
yeah,
the ch-
I think right now you're just trying to solve a problem that nobody else is having. If I'm casting
yeah.
something to
So
my TV, I'm not interacting with it.
that's the reverse psychology that doesn't make sense. So instead of developing, what we're gonna do is mitigate. So that's where I'm like, that's where I get frustrated with Twitch. But if they were developing, then they would be working towards more integrated ecosystem within the family of brands. That's not what they're doing. Which is why someone like Facebook can come in and put out a device like Portal and do a widespread update of all Hulu, I mean, not Hulu's, Roku devices, all smart enabled TVs, and directly connect Portal to every single television in the world. Facebook television. So that's where things get interesting. But uh, Twitch has still got its own little niche, and the way that Twitch works, it would really
I mean, we could
take.
agree Twitch has its issues, and it's definitely not the prettiest site in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an old head when it comes to this, and the culture that picked up um, between Justin TV becoming Twitch, um, it's it's different, and not that it doesn't make any. It's not. It's bad. It's just that it needs some developing, and like you said, the UI UX of it, the integration, the IoT, and they're all working on this. It's just that there's executives within the Twitch hemisphere that aren't are they've lost a lot of brand. They've lost a lot of brand deals, especially with Call of Duty and with Overwatch. That they're just trying to mitigate, and mitigation techniques is where things kind of get buggy. But I hope I hope that Twitch, for what it's worth, does just starts looking to not look at one demographic of users and and try and appease or please those people. And what it needs to do is look at all of the demographic of users and evenly spread out kind of distribution and whatnot. Because I think that it's definitely favored a certain demographic of users a little bit too much. But uh, it's hard to give it democracy. It's hard to give a platform more democracy, and I think that they're trying to copy some of the implementations of like a YouTube uh, with rolling out some features that YouTube has, and maybe that'll change it. Maybe that'll be the the place where that'll be it, where it'll be more user friendly, like you were talking about, more UX and UI user interface is a little bit easier to connect. But right now, it's difficult because those people who those people who are alike spend time with people who are alike. Those people who are different spend time with those people who are different. There's not really a happy medium. Maybe it'll be there. I don't know. Channel points was interesting, but it's not a really good incentive for the streamer unless you're like a major streamer and you have maybe a internal partnership with the platform, and you have a different negotiation on your contract where channel points are monetized. But that's where Mixer comes in, and you have Sparks, and Sparks Sparks are monetized. Ah, I don't know. We'll see.
There's a lot of other players underground right now also that might suddenly blow up if they launched like one specific feature. We got D Live, we got Coffee, Caffeine, I think, something
Caffeine.
like that.
Okay.
And we got a third one, which I have totally forgotten.
Yeah.
But we have a few underground too. And I mean, if one of them suddenly launched a partner program that's just that more enticing. I mean, I'm not saying go
Right.
out and buy Ninja because clearly that fucking didn't work. But like, get some of the smaller streamers, get a small community going, and then grow from there. Don't just buy a
Absolutely.
fucking streamer. Ninja made bank on that deal. He's getting paid monthly a certain amount in salary from Mixer. He is so secure in his what's that called, profits every month now.
Salary.
It doesn't matter if it's one subscriber or not.
Yep.
He is set
Well,
for life.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of signed exclusivity contracts that are out there, and it's unfortunate. Twitch is the one of the weirdest contract platforms for streamers. Out of the ones, it's basically you get married to Twitch. That's basically how that works.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, we'll see. Um, but yeah. Um, well, Sticky Man, you said you don't stream, do you?
I don't, not yet at least.
You're thinking about streaming?
I'm thinking about streaming, but I have a good following. I've been doing tech support on Twitch for quite a while, so I have a good starting following. People are
Done
like,
tech support. What do you mean by that?
like people are building PCs on stream, and I'm like helping them.
Oh, I got you, got you, got you,
I
got you, got you.
legitimately earned money before doing it. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Um,
A lot of people like to stream their first build for some reason, and it's funny.
so so yeah. So how can people find you? Um, how can if they want to find out something
If they
like
want
that,
to find me,
how would they find you?
they
Yeah,
would just find me on twitch.tv/Stiggyman. That's really the only thing I set up so far.
gotcha,
um,
gotcha, gotcha. Instagram or somewhere else?
nah, nah. All those other places are personal for now, at least.
Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Well, thank you for
So
joining me on this, and I look forward to having another conversation with you. I'm trying to figure out these technologies. Hopefully, I'll be able to connect with you again. Maybe I'll give you my Discord out here in a second, and we can do like a round table. I've been trying to put together a round table, and I'm starting to meet a lot of people in Europe, so it'll be a lot
I'll
easier
definitely
to
try and
get the
join
time
that,
zones
but
together.
not today. I would definitely try and join that, but not today because it's 1 a.m. now, and I'm thinking about going to bed.
Oh yeah, not today. No, no, no. We have to be scheduled this. Um, we'll get that together. But yeah, once again, thank you for coming on the show, and I uh, I appreciate you for joining me.
You're very welcome. It was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, I look forward to catching up again. Take it easy.
Take care.
Let me see real quick. Boom. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna post this on. Oh, never mind. All good. All good. There we go. Let's see. Let's transform this. Fit this back to screen. But yeah, that was interesting, and we talked about a lot of things, and I'm gonna post that up on the podcast networks and let you guys listen to it over there. So once again, thank you for tuning in, and